Here we go. So it is the 5th Wednesday of the month, and that means it's time for a RecPoker public discussion. I'm Jim Reid. I'll be hosting our chat tonight. I'm joined at the moment by John Somsky and Rob D, one of our premium members, who's here to join on the discussion panel. We're going to use Poker Tracker 4 to review some hands from a tournament played recently on PokerStars. We'll be using some filters. We'll be using a couple settings to make it easy to choose the tournament that we want to review. Then we'll be reviewing the hands from that tournament in the replayer. We'll talk a little bit about some HUDs, some replayer settings, and then we'll just go hand by hand through the final table of the Tournament of Champions asterisk from September. And just to give you a little information about what's on the line. So John Somsky, the one and only, who's here with us tonight, is the online home game director. And every night, among other times, you have an opportunity to come play in our home game series, and you can win a bronze Rec.Poker pin. I know, sit down, prepare yourself. It is extremely impressive. They are rare, they are earned, they are coveted. And one of the great things about the bronze Rec.Poker pin is that at the end of the month, everybody who's won one of those by being a champion is invited to the monthly Tournament of Champions. And that is a tough room, let me tell you folks. And if you win your way through to that, you get this slightly bigger, but much heavier and much more significant, much more rare, the very elusive silver Rec.Poker pin for like champions of champions, you know? And we don't do this very often, but every once in a while, John Somsky runs one of these asterisk tournaments to give some of us mortals a chance to come in and win a few games every once in a while. So this month we actually had 2 tournaments of champions, and someone who will remain nameless luck boxed their way into winning one of them. But we decided that before we gave them their pin, I don't know if you'll be able to tell, we had to carve an asterisk into the back of it there, just so that everyone knew. Is that about right,
Yep.
John? Do I have that straight?
Yeah, that's pretty much right. I mean, we had the game going and it was started. I noticed 5 minutes after it started that it was the wrong night. It was supposed to be on Monday night. It was on Sunday night. And, everyone else then decided not to play. And Jim just, everyone blinded out and he ended up winning the tournament that way. But no, it was still a good tournament and still a fun thing. And that's what we're going to watch here. And because Jim forgot, he was supposed to be recording the final table and he forgot to record the final table. But luckily he ended up winning the final table so that we have the entire table in his Poker Tracker database. So we're going to actually be able to see all of the mistakes that he made and all of the luck boxing that he did to actually win that tournament.
No lie. No lie. That's how it goes. So I've always said, if you're going to win a tournament, you got to get lucky at least a couple times. Well, you got to at least get lucky at least once. You'll tell me. You'll tell me as we go. I just see we've been joined by David. David, feel free to just hang out in the chat box, but if you'd like to be promoted to a panelist, we can bring you on to the discussion here. Just type in whatever you like, and John will keep an eye on that if I can't keep an eye on it all the time. So yeah, that's basically what happened. And once I realized that I had forgotten to start recording the final table, I just said, well, that's it. I got to win this thing so that RecPoker can have its account of how it all went down. So without further ado, I will share my screen here and we will just get started. And here we go. All right, so what's an easy, good place for this? So you guys should see my Poker Tracker 4 page. Is that correct, guys?
Yes.
Fantastic. So normally when you're playing with Poker Tracker 4, you're in this Play Poker tab. Right now we're in View Stats tab because that's where we're going to find all the good data that we want to mine. you can often get stuck between cash games or tournaments. So we're tagged on tournaments. And the one way we want to start querying this data is on the statistics page. We've got summary, group by tournament, and I've just put a limit on it to search this month so that we don't pull up an unusable number of tournaments. And then I just went by and picked the one that I came in first. That brought these hands up below. I'll just move this out of the way a little. And make sure that you've got, this is set to 100 hands by default. So make sure you've got it to all hands. And then they'll just be, all the hands in that tournament will now be available to you down here. So I went by earlier and just marked, there it is. This was the first hand of the final table. And so we click on that because we're only going to look at the final table tonight. And then scroll up to the last hand, do the old shift left click, right click brings up the menu, and then go to replay hands. All right. Now we'll move this out of the way. So now we're looking at the, actually this is going to be a little tricky. This is the wrong HUD anyway. Let's use the RecPoker HUD. So we're going to use the RecPoker HUD for Poker Stars, which is a 3-color HUD. So the 3C there just stands for 3-color. Some sites let you use 4 or 5 colors in your ranges. Poker Stars only lets you use 3. So we built a HUD that has 3 specific ranges for those 3 colors. And it's a much simpler HUD than that other big one that I use. So, and let's just unlock layout, and we're just going to clean this up a little bit so that it's clear which stats belong to who, and that'll make it easier to review the hands as we go. And then lock and save layout so that next time we come there, that's the way it'll appear on the board. So we won't have to go through all the different HUD stats, but I will just point out these common stats up here to give you an idea of what these ones are. The biggest number is the one that's most important. It's my number of big blinds. And so it's in the bottom right of everyone's HUD table is the number of big blinds they are. And you can see they're grouped by color. That's the most important thing. This up here is the average number of big blinds on the table, not including my own. So I can sort of see how deep I am relative to the table. And then these 3 stats up here are the table average, VPIP, PFR, and 3-bet. It's probably more information than you really need for a standard tournament, but when I built these HUDs originally, they were for cash play. And if I've got 4 or 6 cash tables up, this tells you a lot about some general information about the table that you might want to know before you make some decisions pre-flop. Does anybody want to jump in with anything before we start looking at some hands?
I was just going to say that's actually really cool that you have the averages like that on the table. Most HUD stats and things that I've reviewed with others, it's always been MTTs.
Yes.
It makes sense that you do the averages for cash more. But
yeah.
Just the value of that for any time. But that's really cool. I haven't seen that before.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, it's some of these things that it's not going to be helpful all the time, but when it is helpful, it's helpful in a second. And so you get a chance to take a look at it. So I appreciate that. Yeah. And I had so much fun putting these HUDs together, honestly. You can get this one just from buying RecPoker, buying Poker Tracker through the RecPoker link, or you can buy it directly in the RecPoker shop. But there are a couple other ones as well that are super fun. And if anyone wants to talk HUDs, you can just email me or DM me on the RecPoker site anytime. I love talking HUDs. Okay, so thanks, John. That's great. So here we go. So we'll just roll on through here. We'll go hand by hand. This is the first hand. I've got it set so that my cards are displayed and the known hole cards are displayed. So, and I'm combining folds as we go, just to make it go a little faster. And we will only see the cards that actually get showed down, and I'll just click through the action until then. So just to get it going, we've got Hurricane in the small blind. They're going to complete, and Kelly declines to raise, so they get to the flop. Stab, fold. Not much you can say about that. Nice hand, Hurricane. And anyone, please do just jump in. I'm just going to sort of talk as we go. So we get a 2.5x from early position. I'm pretty much always calling, unless you get really short. I'm pretty much always calling the small pocket pairs. They're probably my favorite hand to call in position with. And that's what this stat here is, cold call in position. I just call it K because it's a hard thing to describe otherwise. And all these stats will be at the time of the hand. So except for me, mine's just that table. So like Radman50, Rob Washam, who's on our podcast panel, he has a cold call 2-bet in position of 10%, which is pretty good. That's all the pocket pairs, some suited connectors, probably some suited aces. If you get much higher than 10, this is a sample size issue for me, then you're probably calling too much. You should probably be putting some of those hands in the fold bucket, some of those hands in the 3-bet bucket, but it depends on your table. I'm going to call here. We get a shove, 26 big blinds. Feels like a pretty trivial fold to me. Does anybody want to argue for snapping off Hurricane with pocket fours here?
No, I think it's a good fold.
I hope that's what I do then. I don't remember every hand of the tournament. Okay, good. So nice work there, Hurricane. So I probably 2x here. Oh, no, that's even better. Ace-5 offsuit is really a fold from early position anyway, so 5-6 suited looks like a reasonable open. And I guess because we see their hands, we know that these two are going to get to showdown, so that's interesting. Okay. So you've got 5-6. Are you leading here? What do you think? You see betting?
We have the action pre-flop.
Yeah, so J-Bach, well, let's just go back. J-Bach, 2 1/3 or
And
so.
then a call.
And then a call, and then another call. So we just did the seminar on multi-way, and having that extra person in the hand really makes a difference.
I think with a paired board like this, I mean, obviously someone did hit it, but in general, no one hit the paired board. And since you got your pair, I think it makes perfect sense to continuation bet. And you could even, because it is a multi-way pot, continuation bet a little smaller, around 900 to 1,000.
Yep, I love that. And I was thinking about our multi-way seminar this morning as I was out walking my dog, and one thing I wish I'd thought of is it made me think about the difference between playing heads up, like with 2 runners and 3 runners in the hand. It made me think about when we were learning Omaha, and how when you've got a 4-card hand, it's so much easier to make straights and flushes and weird 2 pairs because you get to pick any 2 of them to play. And that's kind of like the difference between playing against one opponent and playing against 2 opponents, because even though they only have 2 cards each, their range together, they actually have 4 cards, and you're just more likely to run into straights and flushes when the people you're playing against have 4 cards as opposed to 2 cards. It made me think just as another example of how those 1-pair hands are really not as valuable multi-way as they are heads up. Here, I think you're absolutely correct. You're making a bet here. This is one of those denying equity bets that Chris was talking about. You're basically, it's a value bet versus overcards. So you can do it with a smaller sizing than you would typically. Nailed it. Let's see what happens. Yep. So that's basically in keeping with what we were talking about.
Yep.
I think Licorice Guy should probably call this, right? I don't think they're going to benefit from a raise at this point. I mean,
No,
maybe.
I would, against, unless the J-Bach was a complete maniac, I think they're better off calling, because otherwise it's going to look fishy. It's going to look fishy enough, even just calling, because in this board, what else is there to hit?
I love that. And that's like, often we get in these spots where we take a passive action because we think it's going to appear weaker than an aggressive action. But in some spots, taking that even just continuing in the hand is a sign of strength, right? And
Right.
like you could have a flush draw here, you could have a queen, or you could have ace five of diamonds, right? And then some pocket pairs that you called in position with. But other than that, it's queens. There's only two in the deck, but still, what like? All right, so I assume that's what Licorice Guy does, and Hurricane folds.
Wow.
Oh, J-Bach. I'm. I think we hardly knew ye. Let's. Okay, yeah. So another small bet. So they're hoping to get called by hearts again. Pocket pairs between 5 and queen, right? That's still a lot of hands that are calling. I don't see a lot of I don't see a lot of unpaired diamond hands that would have made it here. But heart draws, pocket pairs, that all makes sense.
Yep.
Do you consider raising here if you're Licorice Guy? What's the stack? If he calls, he's gonna have 6K back, and there's gonna be 9K in the middle.
The only reason to call would be if you didn't. I mean, you're going to be able to easily get stacks in on the river, assuming someone's willing to call.
Yeah.
So the only reason to raise here is if you think they'd be more likely to get the chips in on the turn than they would on the river. But and maybe it depends upon if you think J-Bach is really likely doing this with a flush draw. You might raise because they're almost priced into the draw at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, once the river hits, they're gonna know whether or not they made the flush.
Right.
So I would probably call here.
I think I would too in game. I wonder if I'm ever raising flush draws with a double paired board, right? Like that just doesn't seem like often I get in these spots where I've got the nuts and I'm thinking, would I be bluffing here? Like, because if I could, then it's a good spot to bet with value. But I just don't see a lot of bluffs that a thinking person makes in that spot, because it would have to be the hearts, right? That's all they got there with, really. And,
well, I mean, at this point, a flush practically is a bluff catcher.
Right. So you're almost drawing to the bluff catcher. And you can tell, one of the things I love about reviewing these hands in Poker Tracker 4 is you can tell what your pot odds are and what your equity needed is. And you can review in real time like what your actual equity is. Now, in this case, it's a bad example because he doesn't have the flush draw that we want him to have. But for actual spots, it'll actually tell you in real time, like these are the numbers that you need to decide. So, yeah, I think a call is probably right. And he does. Really doesn't change much. And then, yeah, it's still, he's been pretty consistent, a little over a third, right?
Yep.
And that's a value bet there. It's half Licorice Guy's stack. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, at this point, Licorice Guy, unless you're really afraid of pocket kings or king queen, which I don't think he should be.
Right.
Licorice Guy just has to shove.
Yeah.
And it won't look that fishy because it's less than a pot size bet. And I think J-Bach will have to call. I can't imagine folding it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I imagine that's what happens. Yep. There we go. Bad luck for J-Bach. Man, that is not, and I think he played that correctly. I don't think there's much J-Bach could have done differently there.
No, I think both players played it well.
And I'm just going to unlock this layout so we can move these cards a little higher so we can see exactly what the holdings are. Okay. All right. Well, it looks like someone's about to get coolered. 2x from under the gun. Raise to 7. Yeah, 7x is, and now he's 25 big blind. Yeah, 7. No problem with that.
So what's your your thought now here in the big blind.
Mm.
What are you? Do you call with your queens, or do you 3-bet?
Oh, so you're just off the action. That was a 2x under the gun for me, and a 3-bet.
Right. So do you 4-bet or do you call?
I think with his 25 big blinds, I 4-bet. If it was, I assume I shove. If we were deeper, I might call. Let's just take a look at them. I've only got 300 hands. Their 3-bet's only 5%. So there's nothing for me telling me that they're wide. In fact, let's just pull up, if you don't mind, let's just pull up the slightly more comprehensive HUD and take a look. So, and let me see, they have never had an opportunity to fold to a 4-bet after a 3-bet. So we can't really pull any information from there that's particularly valuable. So I don't know, what do you think, John? Without a tell, queens are kind of like, queens and jacks are those cusp hands for me when, if they're only ever 3-betting with ace, king, kings plus, you know, how are they? I don't know. What's your take on that?
These days, I think people tend to 3-bet a lot wider than just ace, king, and kings plus. So they do it with queens, but highly unlikely that they have queens.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, given that you've got queens. So I would say I like the all-in because of the stack size again. Because you're playing 25 big blinds effective, and even if they fold, that's not a bad outcome for you.
Right.
You know, and it's unlikely. I would expect that it's a shove and call.
Yep. Me too. Stack sizes kind of play it, to be honest with you. I think for Hurricane at this point, I don't think they can 3-bet fold for more than a quarter of their stack. Yeah. So let's see. So I kind of effectively shove. Bad luck. And it's one of those, note this flop. If we were deeper, or if we had managed to get to the flop with chips behind somehow, on 4-9-2, he's never getting away from those tens anyway, you know? So if we were in a situation where, let's say he had ace king, and we are trying to decide if we're going to 4-bet those queens or not, or let's say we have ace king, however it goes, once you let them get to the flop, you know, ace king is such a different hand than these overpairs here, because they can get away from ace king now way easier than they can from some of these tens, jacks, queens kind of hands. I don't know. That always, I am still stuck on playing ace king as a shove. I just can't. I don't know if it's because I shove so much other stuff that ace king is actually kind of more in my value range than in my blocker range. But yeah, flops like this always make me wonder if there was anything that Hurricane could have done. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it's just cooler.
Yeah. That's how I win most of my hands. There, that was nice. Got a little walk with king 5. 2x from Kelly. Can't imagine I stick around. And we get a call from John Letzi in position. Oh, I would have flopped a flush draw. Check, check. So I would probably c-bet from Kelly here with a pretty wide range, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, that board favors the better's range more so than the caller.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Oops. I'm messing with the chat here for a second. Kim, you raised your hand. Yeah, so Kim says, I'm just going to pull this down. Can you guys see the chat box on my screen?
No.
Okay, so it's just me then. I'm just going to take it off screen. Kim says, I think this is a very ambitious 3-bet from 25 big blinds to an under the gun raise. Yeah, I think that's right. Referring to the 10-10 3-bet. Under the gun raises are so tight, they should be, that there's just not as much dead weight to discard in a folding range. And it just means that more of their range is value hands. So I think what Kim's pointing out here is that you're very rarely going to be ahead of their continuing range when you 3-bet them with tens. And also you're not getting as much fold equity because they're just not dropping enough hands. So yeah, in fact, some people say if you're in middle position, you just should not have a 3-betting range against a tight under the gun open, and that you should just call with 100% of your hands, because in order to have a balanced 3-betting range that is both profitable and unexploitable is very difficult. And it really just, all it serves to do is take exactly aces and kings out of your calling range. So I think that's a great point. So Kelly checks, and I think John checks behind here. So ranges are pretty capped on the turn. I mean, I don't know if I'd be that. Yeah, okay. So Kelly makes an extremely small bet, minimum bet, in fact. And John makes the fold. Yep, okay. I mean, John did say that he wanted nothing to do with that when he declined to float bet on the flop there. Right, we'll move on. Another 2x from Kelly. So this is, let me see. Kelly is a pretty tight opener, 15% as an average, which is good. That's a good, like, don't get me wrong. That's what I mean is it's hard for me to exploit that by 3-betting particularly light, which is what I'd like to do typically from the button with a hand like ace-10. I think this is probably still a pretty good candidate for a light 3-bet, but it's not. I don't feel like it's mandatory in the way that some other might be. I assume I 3-bet here to like 2,100 or 2,400 or something like that. We're deep enough. She's got 50 big blinds. We're deep enough that I can do some light 3-betting. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that was definitely my first instinct, like almost immediately to 3-bet on that with ace-10 in that position.
Mm-hmm.
Other than as soon as you showed kind of the raise first in stats.
And I guess we can, let's take a look. Again, we'll just jump to the other one, see if we can see anything a little deeper. Let's go and look at the positional stuff here. Let me just move this over here. So early position, raise first in. No, so that is pretty tight. And fold to 3-bet after raising only once ever. And it was in early position. So again, we don't have a big sample size on this player, a little over 400 hands. That's actually surprisingly small. I feel like this player has been giving me fits in this home game for a while, but we've only played 420 hands. So I don't know. I guess I'm more on the fence about it, but I think it's probably still a 3-bet, somewhere between 2,400. Oh, okay. Huh. That's weird. I mean, even though we talked about how it's maybe not an ideal spot, I think that's probably still a pretty standard 3-bet.
Maybe I don't think it should ever be a fold.
No.
I mean, of the 3 options, a fold seems like that's the worst of the 3.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that was a misclick or something. That's surprising to me. Surprising.
Maybe the stats when you were playing at the time when you were playing were a little bit more tight.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know if I had it set to table session or to lifetime. That's a good point. If she had been playing tightly this table or this tournament, I might have had a tighter read. I think that's just clearly a mistake, though. However it's played, whatever the reason was, that's an error. All right. This one's an easy fold. Okay. Oh,
right. Shown his cards.
I remember this. Yeah, Licorice Guy is a very fun, friendly player, and he and I were showing our hands a lot over the course of the final table.
Gotcha.
It's a fun learning game. We're all just having a good time, and it's a nice. One of the things that's tricky is because I have a more aggressive playing style. I end up having to show, if I'm showing every hand, I have to show bluffs a lot more. And sometimes people feel like I'm showing a bluff to like rub it in or something. And so I've had to kind of calibrate. I've had to recalibrate, show fewer bluffs, and just show more hands generally, because I like sharing the information, but I don't want people to feel like I'm rubbing it in with the bluffs. But yeah, we were showing a lot of hands back and forth. And Kim in the chat says that she likes the fold with ace-10. So yeah, I mean, maybe I felt like it was a disciplined, exploitatively tight fold. If we had a note on Kelly, we'll see. We shall see. Okay, so yeah, we're definitely calling there, because that's I'm just always calling with those small pairs. You can write that down and exploit me. So that's a pretty small 3-bet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Out of position.
I mean, it would have been fine against just the opener.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Not with a caller.
And what was, did they make a 3-bet earlier to 7 big blinds? Was that the player? I don't remember.
I think so.
So that's good that they have like a standard 3-bet size.
No, I take it back. It was Hurricane that made the 7.
Oh yeah, okay. But I think if Licorice Guy, we're recording this and we'll release it on the website. If Licorice Guy is watching, I think that's too small. I think that's just not technically the right size to make that 3-bet.
Yeah, I think 28 to 3,000, 3,100, somewhere in there would have been better.
I think that's right. With the extra action, out of position, and you never like to say things like, especially with a hand like jacks. I mean, if you're going to do it with a balanced range, then that's what you should be doing. But if you're going to vary it at all, jacks are one of those hands that, they're valuable, they're powerful hands, and they benefit a lot from equity denials. So it's just they're not a hand you want to make small raises with. I guess.
Yeah, because it's interesting here. If John Lutzy calls, now you're priced in that it's a reasonable call for you. Whereas if it would have been to 28 or 3,000, probably prices both of you out.
Yeah.
Depending upon what John has.
Right. And that's not a bad outcome when you're a Licorice Guy and you get to pick up, all these extra big blinds with a hand like jacks, and you never even have to get them
no risk.
Yeah, no risk. Yeah. So let's see what happens. Okay, so let's see folds, and now this is a good spot for us to do some math. So we can actually say right now we're getting 3.13 to 1. So we need 24% equity if we wanted to make a straight call. Looking at these hands, I mean, we actually have 19% equity, because you always do as a dog in these pair under pair situations. Your implied odds are pretty good if you hit a 6. And we're pretty deep. I mean, how much do I actually have to call here? Another 1350. I'm going to be able to get 10 times that and more. So and I'm in position. I don't know. I'm kind of actually more leaning towards a call from an implied odds point of view, but
I think you can justify it, particularly against his range. I mean, he's doing this still with a lot of ace king and ace queen, overcards. So, and you do better against ace king, ace queen than you do against jacks.
Yes, yes, that's right. Yeah, importantly.
So I think you can argue for a call.
Yeah,
I don't think a fold is bad either.
Right. Yeah, the only bad decision is to raise in this spot, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's see. Okay, we do. Good. I can't set mining. I'll tell you all right now, set mining is my absolute recreational leak 100%. I probably pay more than I should for opportunities to set mine unprofitably. Way more than I should. I can't help it. Okay, so pretty good flop for the 3-better. And they check. I'm imagining, usually I'm just giving up here when I don't hit my set. I guess I've got some backdoor straight here. If we get like a 4 or a 7 or a 2.
Well, now at this point, unless they were doing a really light 3-bet with something like king queen, the hands played pretty much face up, right? You know that they had a decent pair, probably bigger than your 6s.
Yep.
And the ace scared them.
Right.
So in this situation, given given that, and if you read that at the time, I'd take a stab at it here. I'd probably stab here and on the turn, because I think it's a good shot that you'll be able to take it down.
Yep.
I think you can definitely represent the ace for sure in that sense, at least at a minimum.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think, you're calling with some suited aces there. You're calling with, some of those non-4-bet aces for sure. And, they will occasionally have a hand that they didn't hit here or that they're afraid of the ace with, but I'm clearly behind is the point that John's making, because I'm definitely behind a higher pair or an ace in a 3-betting range. And even if I am ahead of hands like king, queen, whatever else you choose to put in that range from the small blind, there aren't enough combos of that to make up for how many value combos are in this range. So, but if we can get him to fold some of those 10s, jacks, queens, kings, I think you're right. When he checks that flop, he gives us the opportunity to do that. I don't think I'm that smart. Oh, probably not big enough. I'm glad that I thought about it. I'm not really. This would have to be a 2-street bet setup, I think.
Yes.
Which would be consistent if we had like ace jack or ace queen, ace jack suited, something we called the 3-bet with, but we knew he had ace king in his 3-betting range, so we could make a small bet here. Okay, well I'm actually assuming he calls, yeah, because we didn't really give him a decision though, right? Like,
right.
That's the problem with that bet.
Yeah, I think you need to follow through with it on the turn here.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay, so now for sure we actually picked up some equity. We absolutely get to rep. He's going to check anyway. Yeah, for sure. Oh, you dork. So I just checked.
I think that would have been a perfect time
to
do a second C bet.
We got a note from Kim in that if I'm just set mining, I don't have enough implied odds. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how. I think we had. If you're using the 10x rule for the amount to call, I think we did. But if you mean the 20x stack rule, I think you're right. We did not. We did not. And says it should have been a clear C bet from the small blind on this board texture. Yeah, I think so too. Because even when he has a hand like jacks, he can rep the ace. The ace is there all the time, and we're folding. Almost all our hands are folding there. So I think you're right, Kim. That's probably a C bet by them. So I'm really annoyed that I didn't bet the turn here. I wonder. Well, it's just a mistake. That's just a mistake. If you're going to bet the flop there, especially at that sizing, I think I'm really giving up. That's just a dumb thing not to do it here.
Yeah, how do you represent the ace anymore after you checked back there?
Yeah, I don't know. That's annoying. Yeah, so I assume, well, who knows? Why assume? Okay, so they bet. And now I just have to fold, I think. I don't think I have any. I mean, I could see, what would I bet?
The only thing would be the flush, but if you hit the flush draw on the turn, you would.
Yeah, I agree.
Continuation bet that. So.
Yeah.
What flush draws would you have there?
Right. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you could have the ace of spades and something.
You went to check that back though on the turn.
Yeah, I think that's what John's saying. Yeah, we wouldn't check it back. That's right. Yeah, we'd that for the same reason that we should have continued on our straight draw. You'd expect us to continue on that. So I assume I just fold here, and oh, that's dumb. All right, well, we found the worst hand of the night so far. I don't think there's any way I can call there thinking I'm ahead. That's just a dumb, stupid decision.
That's the type of thing I do when I just.
That's the best thing about reviewing is you learn from that, right?
Yeah. And
I do that occasionally in spots where I don't want to believe it, or and it's not a good call. I'm not defending it.
No, good.
I'm just saying, sometimes people do what people do.
Yeah. You know what? I don't think I have a thought process for why I did that, honestly. I'm trying to like just put myself in my shoes and think like, what am I, what do I put him on? Did I put him on like a 5? Did I put him exactly? No, because there's no 5s in his 3-betting range out of the small blind other than ace 5. And
And that has you crushed.
yeah, so I think I honestly think I just got lazy and didn't want to fold. Ugh, all right. Well, circle that one.
You got really sticky. That's
Yeah, that
all.
was dumb. And especially on the river. Like, if I wanted to get chips in, do it on the turn. If you wanted to get chips in, this was a spot to do it. And in an aggressive fashion. And
Yep. If
yeah,
you
like,
bet 5,000 there,
yeah,
or even 4,500,
yeah,
you may
yeah,
very well have taken it down.
yeah, because we're effectively leveraging the whole stack at that point. And he's going to be out of position on the river. He's not going to be able to control the size of the pot. And yeah, okay. Well, and I think, yeah, especially on the river, it's just dumb to call in spots like that. So bad, Jim. Stop it. All right, let's see next. It's one of the good things about hosting it while I'm reviewing my own play, because I get to be as mean to me as I want to be. Okay, so that's just a shove. We got an all in. And then an ISO raise with the pocket pair, which that all makes sense to me. If you're deeper, if a lot of people are deeper, you can maybe call in position with that, but mostly you just want to get heads up with this player because they're going to be shoving extremely wide at 6 big blinds. What do you guys think? And do you have other sub premium hands like that you would put in an isolation range? Like I could see doing it with some of the better aces, a lot of pairs, not that many other kind of, I don't know, like maybe the best suited Broadway or something like that, king queen suited, stuff like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
think
agree.
that's about right.
Alrighty. And let's see how it runs out. Oh, Rob gets this straight with the set for J-Bach. We're really twisting it to J-Bach tonight. That is not very nice for J-Bach.
No,
What
it's
a
not.
terrible run out. Oh my God. He got his 5 and it's the one card he didn't want to see. Ouch. And the hits are going to keep coming for J-Bach, I think. Oh, all right. Yeah, he's still, actually, no, he's still pretty deep. He's got 35 big blinds. It was Rob that was short there. So yeah, 2x, that makes sense to me. That is a very small 3-bet. That's just a click back 3-bet, which, I don't know. Why not just call? If you're gonna 3-bet, and I don't think you should. I think you should 3-bet, but 3-betting to 3 big blinds on top of 2 big blinds, I just don't think it's functionally helpful. It's like six would be my minimum there.
I could
Really
maybe you could see going to 4 big blinds, just in that would, if you, that's more likely to get rid of the blinds. But
Yeah.
with going to 3, you're not even really isolating the blinds out.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're actually enticing them to call.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. And you see people do stuff like that sometimes with like exactly ace. I still don't think it's a good move. It doesn't really matter. I'll never say never, but I would just make that I wouldn't have a range that involved 3-betting an additional 1 big blind.
I mean, basically, you're giving the small blind and the big blind and maybe even the small blind great odds to call, basically.
So J-Bach calls, which they have to in that spot, I think almost with 100% of their opening range. Whoa. All right. So this is interesting because I don't mind donking on boards like this because typically 3-betting ranges don't like boards like this. And having the ace of spades, boy, that sure helps. But they're also good check raises. Do you guys have a If I'm the aggressor, I'm like 100% betting 1/3 pot in position here 100% of the time, no matter what I'm holding. If I see a mono flop like this and I'm in position, you can basically count on me to bet 1/3 of the pot every time. That's just like a rough filter on my opponents. But it's different when you're out of position. You're not the aggressor.
Yeah, I like it as the aggressor for sure. I definitely agree with that. As the caller for the 3-bet, I like the check raise actually instead, because I have a feeling that the raiser is going to actually c-bet as well.
Yeah, I think the check raise maybe is a better opportunity here, because I think you're more likely to get called. And if a spade comes on the river, your action's dead. I mean, you have the nuts, but you're not getting any more
Good
action.
point. Yep.
That's what I was thinking too. Yep.
And that's an underrated point, because I think people don't, they really worry about cards that change who's ahead, but you also have to factor in cards that are going to make it harder to get money in when you're ahead. And those scare cards, you really kind of have to count them as almost like outs. Because if there's a lot of them that can come to kill your action, that's just the kind of outcome that you now have to start planning for. It's no longer just something like, oh, what are the odds that like a 2 comes? No. The spades are actually going to come a significant portion of the time. And so you have to be prepared for that. So let's see how they do. So
why don't you go ahead and add Kim to the panel?
Oh, great. Yeah, Kim's been doing great. Let's see if I can, give me 1 sec to pull this up. I'm still figuring out my Zoom. Here we go. All right. Kim has been kicked out and will be returning as a panelist. There you go. All right, Kim, we've got you. You're in here. Your screen, your video is off, and you are muted. But feel free to jump in anytime. And you can also use the chat box, of course. And David, I see you there. Chat away at any time. Jump on in, bud. Wait, is this David? Are you Licorice Guy? Is this the same David? That would be a small. I think Licorice Guy's name is Dave. That would be a small world. I mean, I think they went pretty well in the tournament here. Okay. Anyway, I'll go on with it. So, Kelly checks behind. I don't know. What do you guys think? These mono boards they're kind of like the chicken boards. They're kind of like those paired boards where either someone's like crushing it or they're afraid of it. So I tend to want to see them at a higher percentage. Any thoughts on that?
Do you have
I tend to see bet, just because you have an opportunity to win.
Right. Kim, your volume might be down a little bit. I kind of, were you trying to talk there for a second?
Yeah, I was saying, I was asking what her c-bet percentage was, because if it's fairly low and it's not like, it overall, not just this session, but
yes,
you might want to lead that. I would be leading that if she doesn't have a high c-bet percentage.
Great. So we got better volume there. Thank you so much. I love that, Kim, and I totally agree. When it comes to whether to lead or to check raise, I use c-bet as a stat for that all the time. And this one we can see over 424 hands. Their c-bet flop is 56%. And if we
which is low.
Which is low, yeah. And if we click down here, actually this is, okay, again, I'm just going to pull up the Jim Reid Max one because I spent a lot more time on this HUD, so I know this HUD a little better. And one thing we can do here, let's just pull this down. So their c-bet is actually 47% when it's not in a 3-bet pot. It's because they're 3-betting 100% of the time in 3-bet pots that's making that average look even higher than it is. So,
okay.
And then I think if we go down here, we can say flop, we can look at c-bet in position is 63 and c-bet out of position. So they are positionally aware a little bit. But I agree, Kim. I think Kelly is not c-betting enough, and certainly not c-betting enough in non-3-bet pots, because it's a tried and true method to pick up chips. Like the reason it's a cliche is because it works. So check, 4 comes, I think J-Box got to think about, they're running out of opportunities to get some chips in with the nut draw. And I find that players that check behind on the flop typically are going to check behind on the turn in spots like this. So if I was J-Box, I'd be inclined to put a, if I can, I mean, they've got second pair plus the nut draw. So I think if Kelly had a pair, they would be, if Kelly had a pair, they would be probably c-betting that flop as well. So I would want to see a lead here from J-Bach. Don't get it?
I would be betting there for sure to try to get money in for the river.
Yeah.
For sure,
Yeah.
at least at a minimum.
Yeah, and even with this, I mean, maybe this weird 3-bet sizing from Kelly is throwing him off or something, or maybe, you know, thinking that it's exactly aces, but it's not aces with the ace of spades, and that still makes aces. Honestly, it makes aces a marginal hand here. So yeah, I think J-Bach missed a bet there.
And technically, you have a blocker to aces too.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Mm-hmm. And that 3-betting range still contains a ton of unpaired overcards that you do not want to see when you've got a pair of eights there on the river. So
yeah, the only thing with that 3-bet part of it is it's still kind of a weird 3-bet. It wasn't a real 3-bet either.
Yeah, right. Which makes it hard to range, right? Because now you're playing in like this unconventional situation.
Exactly. Yep.
So I think this probably goes check, right, at this point? Or, well, yeah, probably. Let's see. Oh. So now, all right, well, fair. They're just value betting their second pair, but are they ever getting called by worse here? I mean, I guess they are, because we know we get to see Kelly's cards.
He's probably calling there with that, yeah, because it's such a small bet too.
Yeah, that's true, and there's been no frightening action earlier, so I get that. Let's see. Yep. Again, yeah, they're getting really good odds. Let's just take. So they're getting 3.63 to 1. They only need 22%. Well, actually, that's not really, doesn't matter. Are they winning 22% of the time? Is essentially what they have to be thinking about here. It's not draw equity. It's
and there's plenty of flush draws that missed.
That's true.
Betting.
That's true. And in fact, Kelly, the fact that Kelly does not have the ace of spades should make her more inclined to call here, I think, because it means that a lot more of those combos of flush draws are in J-Box range. Although, no, that's not really true anymore, that it's a mono flop. Okay, scratch that. We'll change that in post-production so I don't sound dumb. Well, I really enjoyed, we had Nate Mavis on the podcast a couple months ago. We had a really good conversation where we talked a little bit about how the blockers kind of change on the turn and on the river, and whether you're the one betting or you're the one facing the bet. That if anyone is interested in that, go back and listen to the Nate Mavis one. So they call, and yeah, you're not. I mean, Kelly's not going to be ahead very often there at all. But if you only have to be right 22% of the time, then that's probably a good call. Okay. Small raise from J-Bach. Got a call from 3-card fan. Out of the small blind. Check, and then I would expect J-Bach to c-bet here again, maybe 800 or something like that. No, check behind, okay. Probably checking out of the small blind here again. Ah, interesting. Overbet shove. So what do you think, guys? Is that because J-Bach has shown some weakness and 3-card fan is trying to take it away here? Or is it because 3-card fan has like ace-3 of hearts and flopped 2-pair, wanted to check raise but couldn't, and now is hoping that the opponent has an ace or a king?
That sounds like a good guess.
Yeah. What do you think, Rob?
I think it's the first versus the latter, where
yeah.
They're trying to take it away versus the weaker player, or what they would seem to be the weaker opponent.
Yep. It is a little, it's such a c-bettable flop, that ace-3-4 rainbow for J-Bach, that when they don't, it does make me think they don't have an ace. And since 3-card fan is checking basically 100% of the time on the flop anyway. They haven't really capped their range by doing so. So we'll see. Let's see. Actually, I guess we know they fold because we don't see their cards.
Yeah. The only other thing I could say is it could be like an ace X that check was looking for a check raise,
Mm-hmm.
and they checked it back and then shoved basically.
Yeah, and it does look bluffy, right? Like those overbet shoves, they look bluffy. Maybe you could do it with like what 5-6 of clubs. I could see being like a fun hand to shove there. I don't know why you'd call that out of the small blind, but getting that like combo draw on the turn. I am also a little predisposed, a little too predisposed to shoving turn draws, as anyone will tell you. But so I'm not sure that's not just a leak in my game, but yeah, that's interesting. Well, what do you guys think when you see these two plus X pot bets? They're polarizing. Do you guys tend to think of them as being value heavy or bluff heavy? Or does it just depend?
I think it depends on your opponent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too.
Yep.
All right. So they get the fold. We don't know what they had. 3-card fan, let us know. Write in. Hit the mailbag. Oh, Evil Roy. David says, I know Evil Roy. Evil Roy is a fun home game player. Another Maple Bro repping the 416 or the 905. Maybe I don't know. I don't remember exactly. Something like that. Another good Canuck. So let me see. Oh, hey, Kim, you are back. No worries. Let me get you back in here. I don't know, guys. Jack 7 offsuit. I just hate garbage hands like this. I'm pretty sure I just fold. Any inclination to have a minimum defense frequency that includes hands like this in the big blind? Is that a 5x open?
5x.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say the same thing. It's a bigger open.
Wow.
It's pretty easy for me to just go, oh, no thanks.
Yep, I think so too. So I'm just going to make a note. So one of the nice things about this HUD is that it automatically tracks a bunch of this stuff. So in fact, here, there's so much there. Let's just pull this up. So you can see all this different information that it's just taking automatically as we play. I've only got 696 hands on this player, but we've got a pretty robust data set already. And one of the things that I have on here, let's open this up. I'll just bring this up because it makes it easier to share, is different raise first in sizes, okay? So raise first in 2x, raise first in 3x, raise first in 4x to 5x, and then a set of the hands that they took to showdown after taking those actions. So in this case, and one of the things, again, this was built for cash play. So when you're playing deep stacked cash, the open sizes don't really change much. The stacks don't get shallow. So if people have deviations in how they open, it can be really valuable to see which ones are the strong ones or which ones are the weak ones. There's good ways to mask that. You can just change it by position. Sometimes I would have a different opening size from early position than I would from late position. And then if people are tracking it like I am, it won't give them a really good data set. But in tournaments, because the opening sizes change, I think the difference between what they open 2x and what they open 3x does not seem to actually be that effective. But what they open 4x and 5x, that tends to be not as stack dependent. And you can see here, it's 6s plus and ace queen plus. All these other sizes, there's king jack suited, 7-5 suited, ace 10, queen 10 off, 8-6 suited. So what you can kind of say is that the floor on their 4x plus opening size is much higher. And even though it contains some non-premiums, it's still going to be mostly, what do we say, pocket pairs and ace queen plus. So the good thing is, if you've got a hand like ace-ace, you can reliably 3-bet into that range knowing that you're going to get called or that you're going to get a continuing action of some sort. But if you're with a hand like ace-jack and you want to do one of those I'm gonna 3-bet and then fold to any further action, just fold, because you've already figured out that you're behind their entire range, and you can just make an exploitative fold. So even if this was ace jack, let's just close this. Even if this was ace jack, I think I would probably fold. I don't want to play ace jack offsuit out of position against a range that's only pocket pairs and great aces.
You're behind most of the time.
Yeah.
Basically.
And it's non-play, like, just it's still just not, it's not a very good hand.
No,
like,
it really isn't. Ace jack off.
yeah, like it's one of those ones where it's like we were looking at that ace 10 earlier and thinking like, is this a good 3-bet candidate? And I don't mind it at all, but it's one of those 3-bet candidates that part of why you choose it is because of the fold equity. And when they continue, you have to understand that your equity is not great against that continuing range. It's you're in a lot of second best hand situations there. So I hope I just fold. Okay, good. And I would tell Licorice Guy, don't raise to 5x because it's giving stuff away, and it's making us attack your smaller opens more. So you'd be better off just including these in a smaller open size and making that smaller open range a stronger range. Okay, so Kelly limps, looks like, with ace-5 suited. I'm not a big fan of limping, but suited aces and pocket pairs are good candidates for that if you need to. Stack size might have something. I'd still be inclined. Ace-5, I don't mind 2xing against an 11 big blind open. Check.
What's the ICM flag that popped up?
Oh, I probably just ran over something by accident. I don't think it was. I didn't catch it anyway. It wasn't on purpose.
Okay.
It might have just been one of these sub menus or something.
It's the first time I had seen it, so I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I don't even know. I didn't even bring it up on purpose. Sorry, bud. So King 2-3. This one really well, there wasn't an opener. There was a limped pot, so there isn't really an opportunity to c-bet in the same way. I think I'm probably checking in Rob's spot here a lot. And I think I'm probably betting something. You can make a minimum bet here in Kelly's spot and leverage Rob's entire stack because they only have 10 big blinds left. But I kind of also want to get that ace to showdown, right? Check behind. Or you could hit a straight. That's also nice. Half pot. Rob's got the open ender. It's a big part of his stack, though. But, I mean, what are you going to do, right? Do you guys find the fold there?
I'm calling there, I think. I mean, when you're playing 8-5 with your small stack already, what else are you hoping for? That's kind of what you're hoping for with that kind of hand.
Yeah, I think so, too. Flush comes in, opportunity to bluff. Yeah. Whoa. Wait a second. So I think Kelly probably should find another bet. Okay, here's an interesting question. I've been experimenting lately with really, really small bets on the river with thin value. Do you think Kelly can get one big blind called here? Not against this exact hand, but like, I guess you open yourself up. No, but you've got the straight. Like,
yeah, I mean, you're going to get called by lots of pairs.
Yeah.
If you bet. So sure. Given Rob's hand size, you don't really. I mean, you aren't going to love it, but you don't really care if he shoves. Because
even if it's with a flush, right? Like the percentage of the time is with the flush. I mean, yeah.
Right. So I think you can. I think you should bet here. If you were sitting against someone who had like 14,000 chips, clearly had you covered, then, I think an argument could be made that maybe you're better off being safe. But, yeah, I would bet here.
Yep, me too. And I think in that counter example, I think she would have ended up betting the turn as well. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think you missed a bet, Kelly. Just a small one. And that's actually something, if people are watching, in the RecPoker home games, I've noticed people are not bluff raising the river nearly enough for you to worry about it. There are not enough bluff two bets on the river happening
Not with a
for.
bluff. It's almost always value. It's almost always
Exactly. And frankly, same for the turn. If you're getting raised after, like, some people still like to raise flop with draw equity, or they know people see bet wide, so they've got some blockers that they want to use on flop raises. But turn raises, and especially river raises, people are exploitably strong. So I think you can comfortably bet a straight on a lot of rivers when there's a flush there, and just know confidently that you can fold with a reliable tell if you get raised. And if you don't, you're going to pick up, two big blinds, whatever that micro bet ends up being. And I think it's those add up, especially in tournament poker. You got to make those lost thin value is really, really important, because those blinds don't stop going up. Let's see. So let's see the next hand. 2x. So they had, so a non-limping range, a 2x range. And a pot size c-bet, which is pretty big relative to the stacks too. Effective stacks 11. So that tells me, if I was in J-box position, and based on what I've seen from Kelly so far, I'd say this player has a king. They have a limping range. They didn't employ that here. They had an opening raise, and they're making a big bet on a board that, it's got some draw potential with a straight. We're not going to get to showdown here, but if Kelly was in the room, I'd ask her if she had a king.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty narrow range for sure.
Yeah. And if she's got some 9-10 in there, that's a great way to balance that range. You get some, against all the hands that you want them to be continuing with, you've got pretty good equity there. I love using those, overs plus straight draws to balance out those ranges. One of my favorite hands, although you could say that about most hands. Okay, pretty uncontroversial so far. Hey, well, I can tell you I'm going to bet 30%. Hey! And usually it gets the fold, and it does. Yep, and that's why I do it all the time. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to talk about more.
Inside joke. No.
Oh, yeah, I was joking. I was joking about it earlier with John. That's sort of like one of the ways you can exploit me is if you see a monotone flop, you can guarantee I'm going to bet 1/3 pot. So play accordingly. So here's the open shove from under the gun with fives by Obner. I don't mind that. Makes sense to me. And actually, to your point earlier, Rob, about ICM, because this is a tournament where winner takes all, it's just the pin. It's just the old asterisk Aruski. I really don't factor ICM into it at all, and I try and take every edge available to me. I try and extract every bit of EV out of every decision I can, because
it was actually something that popped up on the HUD. It wasn't actually an ICM question.
Oh, so
it was actually something that popped up on the HUD that I was asking about, and I hadn't seen it before. I agree with you. I never play the home game with any ICM stuff at all.
So let me pull up. This is the other one. Is there an ICM?
So I thought it was showing ICM like above the player name, not even in the HUD area.
Oh, up in here.
Is that where? Yeah. Is that where you saw it?
I think you're right. Actually, it was like right next to the chip stack.
Oh, okay. So it might be the final, because it knows we're on a final table. It could be chopping according to a pre-programmed ICM formula. I think that's what it is. Sorry, I just didn't realize earlier that's what you meant. And that happens, let me just see. We're going to get to showdown here. Yeah, so it must be earlier in the hand. So let's just go through the hand completely and just see if it comes up anywhere. Oh, was it on a hand where someone got taken out? Let's just scroll through.
I don't think it was. It was like in the
Oh,
middle.
there it is.
Just here. Yes. Okay. So at this point, right. This is an ICM calculator. Sorry, I thought you meant like a value. You can click this at any point, and it'll actually do some ICM calculations. In fact, we touched on this in another public discussion we did, a webinar back in April, and I don't want to, this is such a cool thing. I don't want to spend too much time going into it now while we have a kind of a time commitment to the final table here. But Rob, I'll make a video specifically going through this, and I'll just post it in the forums and then take a look at it. And I'd love to get some feedback about it because Poker Tracker.
That's awesome. I didn't mean to stop you. Or...
No, dude, are you kidding? Give me something to talk about on my HUD. Try and stop me. But like literally, we'll talk about it for an hour and a half, and I want to honor everyone else's time here tonight. But we can nerd out on that later.
Awesome.
And one of the really cool things about Poker Tracker 4 that people don't understand is man. It has a lot of really cool tools built right into it. In fact, let's just minimize this for a second. There are other parts to Poker Tracker 4, okay? There's an equity calculator. There's an ICM quiz. There's an ICM calculator. There's actually the equity calculator is pretty cool. It's kind of like Equilab. I don't know if you've ever worked with Equilab, which is a free software you can get by going to pokerstrategy.com and download it from there. We don't have a relationship with them, but it's really good. And I always tell people, go get Equilab. It's free. It's awesome. But if you have Poker Tracker 4, it also has this equity calculator, which allows you to do a lot of the same stuff. So, and there are some other cool tools and other get to know this little set of menus up here because there's a lot of cool stuff up there.
Absolutely. I've definitely used the equity calculator for sure.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's such a game changer when you're starting to build ranges. And I remember when this is going back a ways, but I won't pull it out. But I've got some old hand-drawn hand charts and decision trees and stuff, and I so fondly remember me like in my kitchen table with Equilab up on one computer, going through and like crunching numbers and transcribing all this stuff. It's like, yeah, some of the most fun I've had in poker for a nerd like me.
Yeah, that's awesome. I get it.
That's so fun. All right, here we go. J-Back gets the call with King Queen. I mean, how many big blinds is it? 8? I don't know. I guess. I don't know. King Queen off. No ICM, so I guess you don't really care that much. But you're not really ahead much, and you're not. Let's see what. Again, great spot here. We've got all the calculations. They're getting 1.32 to 1, and you need 43% equity to call. You have to assume they're doing it with a lot of hands like pocket pairs and bad aces, because that's what people tend to shove. And you're behind all those hands. And it's not a small enough bet that you're just printing money with any two, against in this exact spot. Well, we'll see how it breaks down, but I don't know. It's probably a fine call, but.
In my mind, in a situation like this where there is no ICM, right? You're playing all or nothing, and you have to get lucky sometimes. These are the spots that I tend to take more often in spots like that because you have to basically win those kind of flips. And it's a flip like that where it gives you a bunch of chips, knocks a player out,
Totally.
I think in a spot like that where it's a winner take all kind of spot, I'll take that risk a lot more time than not.
And you or anyone else on the panel here do you consider isolating with a 3-bet there? You've got 28 big blinds, and these two players that are to your left, one's super deep at 75, and one's relatively deep at 40. This one plays a lot of hands. They're pretty sticky, so I don't know. Do you guys think that that's the kind of hand that you can, given that what we're saying is
isolate because of that, right?
Yeah. And you know what?
I'm sorry. I think if you're going to play, that hand, then it's just a shove.
Right.
28 big blinds.
Yep. Yep. I think that's right. I think that's right. Get the real value and of the isolation. And if you're going to be in a flip situation anyway, you know, flipping for a third of your stack instead of for your whole stack. I don't know. I agree. I agree. I don't want to get multi-way with a one pair hand, typically. All right. Well, let's see how it goes. Fives hold up. All right. So let's just take a look at the chip stacks here. So Licorice Guy has a big advantage, and Rabman is quite low. Three-card fan is low, but there's still some to be played here. And then there's a few of us in sort of like the middle zone there. We should mostly just be getting out of the way. So let's see here. It looks like I probably 2x. Yep, I think that's fine. Maybe it's a little light with this many players, but so be it. Yes, of course. Huh. Well, we were just talking about how this player was a little sticky sometimes. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we're getting 3.7 to 1. We only need 21% equity. We don't know this player's actual cards, so this 17% of equity that we're assigning to them is based on a random card distribution. There's going to be, and actually since Radman was the shover, there's no side pot yet. There's the potential for a side pot later, but there's no side pot yet. I think I'm probably calling here, to be honest with you. We're never going to feel threatened by Radman again. I don't love playing this hand out of position against Licorice Guy, but
Yeah, I think actually having Licorice Guy in there makes it a little easier to call. In that first, the pot's bigger right now, and you have the potential for some implied odds if you hit your hand.
And I'd prefer to be in position for that, just because implied odds hands are always easier to get paid in position than out of position. But and it's just, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still just not a very good hand. But
yeah.
it's one of those hands that has a lot of different ways to improve. So it's the kind of hand that I'd be more inclined to see a flop with than with like ace-7 offsuit, you know, which is arguably a stronger hand, hot-cold. But when you're playing with chips behind, I think I'd rather have a hand like this in this spot.
Yeah, I don't think that this is a call. I think that this wasn't even an open when you have a shoving stack behind you.
Yeah, you're
right. You
right.
have really 2 shoving stacks behind you, 3 shoving stacks behind you. And I really think that now that that's a flat, that should be super, super strong.
Well, yeah, if you want to play well.
Yeah.
Like that should be aces or kings right there, that flat.
For Licorice Guy, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it should be.
Yeah, I agree.
It's probably not, but it should be. I just think this was a bad open to begin with. Sorry.
Yep. No, I think you're right.
And
I think you're right. We even said.
Now that you've gotten yourself with your hand in the cookie jar, I think you just have to get it out.
I think you're right. Yeah. I think as played, if memory serves, I probably do call, but it's another one of those leaks, I'm afraid. So yeah, I agree with you, Kim. In a vacuum, I don't mind 6-5 suited from middle position at the bottom of an opening range, but given the stack sizes, really Licorice Guy and Kelly are the only folks that I can really plan on getting paid well when I do hit it. And Licorice Guy is in position to me, which stinks. And you're right about the shove stacks, too. You're right. I think it's a loose open, and I probably should fold here. And I think I'd probably call. Let's see. Yeah, I do. Oh, well, okay. What were we saying about luck boxes? That's a pretty good flop. So I think we're checking here 100% of the time, right? We got facing a 3-bet. I guess at this point with this stack size, I'm hoping to check raise to get it all in here. or just folding and getting away from it. But I think I'm check raising shove here, even though they have a lot of aces and kings.
So you're check raising even though that current pot is dead.
If Licorice Guy puts chips in, it's going to be like a third of my stack. So I could fold, but I guess I could call.
Well, that was just, you're looking to check raise, or are you checking hoping that it will check?
I guess I'm only thinking ahead so far as like what will if it checks behind, then we'll go to the turn and like my decision making is done. If I check and they bet, I want to think about how I'm going to respond before I check.
Okay.
So it's not really that I'm like favoring one or the other. It's just I'm trying to predict if they check behind, we'll deal with it on the turn. If they bet, it'll sort of be a function of the size, but it'll be a decision at this point between calling and check raising. If it's really small, I guess I could call. I don't know. I mean, is there a good answer here no matter what before we see their action? Is it the side pot that is making the what's disinclining it?
No, I was just confused by it.
I think that board slams their range as well. And I think that if your plan is to check raise all in, then you're probably doing it behind.
Right.
But that's fine. It's you're going for first.
Yeah. And this is exactly the kind of spot that we were talking about earlier with the ICM.
But I think that if you're at a final table and you are looking at ICM spots, that this whole hand was a mess.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you're actually worried about getting paid here, other than first place, that you should fold this 100%. Just
right.
Yeah, and maybe even in this circumstance, I don't argue. I don't argue that, but yeah, and I think it's one of the weird things about these tournaments is that. It's like if you're practicing ICM, I think it's valuable because people are making, for the most part, serious, thoughtful, intelligent decisions about how to play their hands. But not everyone is going to be valuing the ICM practice as much. And for me, I'm really just trying to win or lose. And I'm sure I'm making a ton of errors along the way, but I'm definitely. I don't feel like I'm doing a lot of calling with draws, almost regardless of what the opponent's range is.
Right.
Yeah. Let's keep talking about it. Because I think that's one of the things that I also struggle with a lot is choosing the moments to like actually try and realize my equity and like squeezing every inch out of whatever possible fold equity I have versus when I should just know that you can't win every hand, Jim. Some hands you just have to fold and lose, and that's part of being a smart poker player. It's not as much fun.
I mean, I know that it would be a lot of work to track points and stuff, but it would be nice if these daily games did have some sort of an ICM incentive.
We do that in the monthlies for that exact reason. Yeah. Oh, okay, great. Yeah.
All right. But it'd be nice if it could practice it more often.
I wonder, John and we can talk offline about what that might look like. I know PokerStars has some point stuff. It's really the efforts in sort of reconciling it all together and that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's I like that. That's a good point because it does really change the goals and like some of the assumptions that these players are making as they play for sure. And the final tables is where we need the most practice, right? Like that's where all the big decisions are going to be. That's where you're not going to be there very often, so you really need to make all your rookie mistakes in these play tournaments so that you're not making them for the first time when the money's on the line.
Yeah.
Okay, so he checks behind. We make the flush. Lead, check again. What do you think, team? We've got about a pot size bet, a little more.
I like a third pot, maybe, just because I think you need to start building this. Or you can just shove it in and hope to get called by an ace.
I do have a reputation for shoving. and I try and use that to my advantage by also shoving with stronger holdings.
Pocket jacks with the jack of hearts will probably call you too. So.
Right. And especially if they feel like I'm doing a lot of 9 hearts here.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Mind reader. Might even be a little too small. Well, it sets up a good river shove, I guess. I think, probably could. You're going to get the same calls from 3,200 than you are from 2,400 there. I think that's probably a better bet. Yep. And I assume I shove. No other option here, right? As played.
Right.
Yeah.
Giving him a great price. You're giving this player a great price to call. Nope. Huh, so be it. All right. Well, sorry, Rob. Or not, sorry, Rob Washam, who took out on that hand. Okay, I hope that's a fold. All right, here we go. And that's a 10 jack offsuit, just for record. If you can't see it. Oh, yeah, I still have this HUD up. Sorry. Let's put up the RecPoker HUD. There we go. Okay, so I think that was a. Well, let's just back it up here. Was it? Under the gun, 2.5. Call in position. Kelly 10 jack suited or 10 jack offsuit. With these players in the blinds, they're not big 3-betters, so you don't really have to worry too much about shoving. This player in 148 hands has only ever pre-flop raised once, so they're twice, 1%. So that's very passive. And Obner's 3-betting 4%, which is pretty tight. But those ranges do get a lot wider as you get to 15, 20 big blinds. So I don't know. Maybe that's just a fold by Kelly. I don't mind the call, I guess.
I do. I mind it.
So you're a very technically sound player, Kim. I really enjoy this.
It's
spewy. I think you're right. Calling it even on the button, 10 jack offsuit. It's just not a very good hand, and it's dominated a lot. And
versus an under the gun raise.
Yeah. Yep. You're right. I appreciate that, and please continue to criticize my play and everyone else's as we're here. No, seriously, because we're all doing it in a respectful, engaging, fun manner. We all want to get better. Like, I'm here to get better. And we only do it when people talk about it. And John and Rob and Steve and Chris and the guys, like, we all get real comfy with each other and we kind of just go along a little bit sometimes, but it's really valuable for people to call us out and talk about, is that actually a good
you're getting a new perspective.
It's so valuable. I'm really grateful for it. So don't hold back. We're the right people to be talking to about that kind of stuff. I really do appreciate it. All right. I'm with you. Just fold. And that's one of the reasons why, although you should still be able to get away from this, I think. That's a big bet. Like, that's a large bet relative to the pot. You're in a position where you've got second pair, no great redraws, and it's going to be hard for you to catch up when you're behind, and you're behind a lot. So
I think if they were much deeper, I think this is fine as a call.
Yeah.
If they're much
I
deeper.
Agree.
So.
Totally agree.
Yeah. So it feels like that was another chance to fold. And then this, I think. The problem is, I think players like myself and Kelly here get in this spot where it's like, well, I didn't believe them on the flop. Nothing changed on the turn. Why did I call on the flop if I wasn't going to call now? And therefore, I have to call now. And I think what we do in these spots is we just compound our mistakes. We just make our mistakes bigger and worse because it's a good question. Why'd you call on the flop? And that you shouldn't have.
Well, I think the flop call with a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw and second pair is okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not from this blind stack, but I think you need to be deeper. But that's why the call was made. But when that second bet comes out on the turn, I think it's an easy fold here.
Yeah, and I think it would have made, like you said, if they were deeper, it would make sense. And I don't necessarily mind it, because I think one of the things you have to remember is, you said we didn't believe him on the flop, but something did change. They let out again on the turn. And there are a number of people who will c-bet on the flop, but they won't double barrel a bluff. So the fact that they let on the turn means it's much more likely, even though it was likely because of their position and everything that they hit the ace, now it's even more likely that they hit it. So I think now would have been a good time to let it go if you were going to follow on the flop.
Yeah, I like that. And I think we don't factor in enough how the ranges change when large bets like that get made as well. Because when John Lutzy makes that larger than usual c-bet and Kelly calls it, that should change the range of hands with which John then bets the turn, because that calling that large bet really should make Kelly's range stronger, and it should make John less likely to bet with those medium strength hands. So I think given that that's the case, it makes this even more clearly a fold on the turn. And then the shove and the call, because, she feels like she's priced in. Now it's even less likely that they had an ace because that other ace came on the board. So combinatorically, it's just less likely. And in for a penny, in for a pound, I guess. And there are players that triple barrel. Like there are players that just go bet, and they don't have it. I don't know if they do it often enough to balance what is typically a value-y range of bet. Especially in was that in a 3-bet spot? No, it's just a call. Yeah. So bad luck though. But maybe Kelly could have gotten away from that earlier. And 39 big blinds is a lot to throw off your.
I think in my mind on this one, it was the mistake pre-flop, kind of that we talked about earlier, that you either should have been folding or maybe 3-betting pre-flop if you're going to play it, so that you have an idea of where you're at instead of just guessing and thinking that you're ahead or winning.
Yeah, I like that attitude with some of these second best hands, that they really make up the top of a folding range. And right. I think that those are good candidates for those 3-bets, those light 3-bets where it's a 3-bet fold. It's a 3-bet and you're basically just maximizing some fold equity and then hoping to smash the flop in an unexpected fashion. In my mind, anyway.
Yeah, otherwise you're getting yourself into trouble like this where you're behind the whole time.
And think about how much cheaper it would have been to make a 3-bet than to have to call down 3 streets with second pair. Like what you're still in the same guessing game. It's just that you get to find out for much cheaper, and you don't get to be sure. You just don't get to be sure when you 3-bet fold pre-flop, but you get to be pretty sure, and you save, 30 of these 39 chips. So yeah. Now we can talk about what hands are good to use for that in that light 3-betting range. And just personally speaking, I don't really like using 10s and jacks as much because they block the hands that I want my opponent to be holding and to fold. Like when I'm 3-betting, the hands that I kind of want them to have are hands like ace 10, king jack, stuff like that. That's not going to be able to hold up to a 3-bet. So I typically, just myself, I don't use a lot of 10s and jacks in my bluff 3-betting range. But I'd love to talk about that with anybody if they have any thoughts about what hands make good or bad candidates for that, other than like ace 5 and stuff like that.
Yeah, the only thing different too that I was thinking about this is, I know we talked about the fact that it was under the gun, but it's also only 6-handed at this point too. So ranges narrow a little bit that way too.
Yeah, good point. All right, so no more Kelly, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure I just 2x this from under the gun. We get a call from J-Bach, another call. Pretty sure Let's See comes along. Yep. Ugh. I don't know, guys. I don't know if this is I like to see bet quite a bit, but this doesn't like smash anybody's range, but my hand is not going to be good by the river very often in a multi-way pot out of position on this flop. So if I don't see bet, I think that's why. If you do, is there a sizing that you guys like to use here? Let's just see if John donks.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet here.
Yeah, I don't think I would either. Heads up, I would.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, I think that's correct. So what do we know about this player? 20 big blind. Yeah, it's only half pot, but it's a pretty big portion of their stack. 340 hands isn't a lot, but let me see if we can pull up something about their float. Oh, they float 100% of the time. Well, it's only once. It's a small sample size. Yeah, it's not enough hands. All right. So I don't know. I could see calling one street and getting away from it later. But if we do, he's going to have a less than pot size bet behind, which means we're going to have to make a decision on the turn. I don't see a lot of turns where we get cards that we feel like we're ahead. So it feels kind of nitty, but this might be a fold for me. Anybody want to advocate for a different course of action? Let's see what happens. Okay. Yeah, nitty, but I think it's probably defensible at least. Uh, 16 big blinds. This feels like a pretty trivial fold. I don't love getting king jack offsuit. I mean, if they were shorter, I don't mind calling. 16 feels like a little deep to be calling with king jack offsuit, even from the big blind. You'd need 45% equity, which is not impossible, but I think against the entire range, we're probably behind. Many takers.
Would you call king jack suited?
I mean, it's.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to like. I mean, I'd be more likely to. It's one of those hands where the all-in equity really matters a lot, and like 3% is a big portion of your.
Let's see what Snap. I'm gonna see what Snapshot says.
Sweet. Yeah, 16 big blinds, and we can drill down on this player a bit too. So let's look at. They're in the cutoff.
It's gonna be six-handed.
Yeah, six-handed. Six-handed now? Yeah, six-handed.
I think we're actually at 5 now, right?
1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, it must have been 7 just before. Let me pull up the other HUD and see if we can get any. Let's pull this up and see. Wow. So they're pretty tight raise first in until the button. It's still a big sample size. It's still a small sample size, but they're much more active on the button. So they might not be feeling like this is as late position as I feel like it is. So that makes me feel like it might be even tighter. Let's see if we get any. Let's see if we can pull any actual hands out of here. Played for stacks six-handed with queens or ace queen, so that's not encouraging. Raised or called all in pre-flop with big blinds over 22 with jacks to queens and king jack off. Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see anything in here. Yeah, go ahead.
At best, you're at the bottom of the range.
Yeah. So I don't see anything enticing me to call here. I hope I fold. Kim, do you want to just run with that while we proceed?
Yeah, sorry, I had to reload it all.
That's okay.
Haven't used it in so long.
Yeah. Is that the Jonathan Little one? Or is that?
No, I was using Snap.
Oh yeah, Snap. Yeah, that's cool.
I have the float return as well.
All right, so let's see. I do fold. I think that's right.
Yeah, I think it's right for sure. So
how many big blinds do they have when we think that's the correct call? Like if they're shoving 5 big blinds, I think we probably call. Is there a number?
From 52 big blinds you have, I think it's probably 10, 11.
That sounds right. That feels right.
I was going to say 10 or less.
Yeah, that feels right. Cool. So a 3x from Licorice Guy. And is this the same player that we had a note on about their opening size earlier? I think it was. Let's pull this up. So, yeah. So it's not their 4x max value size, but it is, it's not a min raise. Oh, all right. Well, we're out of here anyway then. I don't mind the sizing there, 7x over 3x. Again, you'd want to be doing it with value into an under the gun raise, but they're both pretty deep. Let's See's got a huge chip lead here, so I don't mind the sizing. Get a call. Chicken. Let's See should be betting here, right? Fair bit, maybe like $2,000 or 2,500, something like that. Great. Easy game. 2.5x. So is this just a fold, folks? I struggle with this sometimes. John opens wide, and so I do have a pretty wide 3-betting range. I'm not 3-betting ace-6, ace-7. This is purely ace-5 offsuit is really the only one of these wheel aces that I play that's not suited for these 3-betting candidates. And just combinatorically, I feel like it.
It's a bluff, right?
Oh yeah. It's a bluff. It's a blocker. Yes. Yes.
It's a player dependent kind of that hand that is in that bottom range kind of fold or raise.
Yeah. I don't think we're
calling.
That
ace-5 is the new ace-king, basically, is what a lot of people say.
Yeah, ace-5 suited for sure. Ace-5 suited is like that one prototypical 3-bet bluff hand that it's nice. And the thing about adding offsuit aces into your 3-bet bluffing range is that they add up so fast. There's so many combos of the offsuit stuff that if you do it with too many of them at 100% frequency, you quickly end up skewing your 3-betting range towards these high card unpaired hands that just make you easier to play against if people are paying attention. But I like doing it at a pretty low frequency against certain opponents. It's probably the worst of that type of hand that I'm ever 3-betting. And then like some suited connectors and stuff, but. Okay. And yeah, they're probably calling, oh, well. I assume they check. So what do you, I don't know if I see bet here because I really don't have an ace. Like I know it looks like I have an ace, but given that they're continuing, I'm not going to get 3 streets of value from my top pair. Is that correct, team? What do you think?
Yeah, but if they have an ace, if they do have an ace, I think your ace looks stronger than what they're likely to have. I agree with the fact that you're not going to get 3 streets of value, but I would probably tend to bet the flop here, given that I'm in position, and that's going to allow me to get through to the river.
I see. Yes, because now you're setting the price for the river, essentially, assuming you're going to get those future street checks.
Correct.
Yeah, I like that. And in these spots where, because not a lot of hands are 3 streets of value hands. There's not, like that takes a pretty strong hand where you can say, I'm going to bet on every street, and on every street I'm going to get called by a worse hand. That's what a value bet is. It's a bet that gets called by a worse hand. So if you have a 2 street hand or even like a 1 street hand, the real question is which street are you going to make that bet on, or which street, if it's a 2 street hand, are you not going to make that bet on? And some of that comes down to, for me, just kind of like shaping the narrative of the hand. And I feel like if I know I'm only going to bet on 2 streets, checking the flop with these bad aces kind of weakens my range to them enough that I can get a bet later. But I could, as you point out, John, maybe I could just get that bet called here. And you know what? I think I would if this was a less Broadway focused flop. If this was like ace-7-4, I probably 3-bet my ace-5, or I probably c-bet my ace-5 here. But it's another one of those spots where I just feel like they've called a 3-bet. A lot of their hands are going to be these Broadways, and am I going to be able to get to the river and still feel like I'm ahead when they proceed to this flop bet? I don't know.
That's the thing I'd be afraid of here is what what are you looking for on the turn of the river that
Right.
you're going to be happy with?
Oh
Like,
God, there's no good cards.
yeah. There's literally nothing that you're going to be excited about on the turn.
Yeah, there's the Chris Jones runner 5-5, and
Yeah,
really
exactly.
nothing else exactly. So, but that doesn't mean you can't just bet the flop and then just check after that anyway. Like you get to, I'm in position. I get to choose who bets on. I get to choose the size of the pot later if I'm going to be involved in it. So I don't know. That's something to think about. Maybe we can tease that out in another conversation. Which street to choose? For me, the flop texture here makes me feel like it's a better check now, bet later. But let's see. Oh, and I did. Oh, and that's why you don't do it. That's why you bet the flop. That's why you bet the flop, folks.
You could have just bet like a quarter pot.
Yeah, you're right. And part of it, I've on the flop, I'm trying to be more rigid in my sizings because I don't mind kind of getting exploitative on the river when all the drawing's done to get like thin value. But I feel like, and maybe I'm just being too paranoid, but I feel like if I have different flop sizes, people are going to pay attention to that and they're going to start taking advantage of that with me.
You should have different flop sizes. It depends on the texture of the flop.
But that's it, because I do vary it by the texture, and this would be one for a small bet size. But what I want to
It
make,
just smashes your range.
yeah,
And if he's got Queen Jack, you're going to hear about it really quick.
yeah, you're right, and he has a lot of kings and tens in his range as well at this point, like all the hand, for the same reason that we said he had some drawing hands here, he also has some one pair hands that are worse than mine that will continue to a bet. So and it's sort of like a textbook rule that you should be betting more on earlier streets than on later, or at least you should be counting bluffs. You should be betting more on earlier streets than on later streets. So
If you get called on the flop, I don't mind a check on the turn.
Yeah.
Check on the turn. But anyway.
Yeah, Rob, did you want to lean in on that too?
Yeah, I was just going to say it's super results oriented that they hit the 3 and the 2, right?
But that's the kind of thing, and I'm going to have no idea they have a set of 3s now. Like, how am I supposed to possibly predict that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, that's yeah. So help me get better as a player then, team. Am I just incorrect that there's some value to this kind of like disguising the strength of the ace by getting it to getting that bet on a later street? Like, should that just be, am I out clevering myself? Should I just get the bet in now while the textbook says it's a better time to bet?
Fancy play syndrome.
Oh, I practically have that tattooed right under here. Yeah, FPS for life. So I think one of the things that I've enjoyed most about doing more of this stuff with RecPoker is having to review this stuff with your friends and peers, talking through the conversations and really ranging opponents together. And that's really made me have to be more thoughtful and deliberate about some of the stuff. So I like to think I'm making fewer of those kind of spewy decisions, fancy play syndrome included. So given that I checked the flop in order to get a bet on a later street, I'm kind of surprised I didn't bet the turn there. This just seems like maybe I don't have my head screwed on right. Now I think we call here, right?
Yeah, at this point you've
under-repped our hand so much.
Yep, exactly. You're beating all the bluffs.
Right.
All this,
and they should be doing that with
one pairs other than these, right?
Yeah. Well, and they should be
Are
betting
they ever value
there.
betting? Are they ever value betting a king there? Like, are they
maybe.
hoping you're going to call with a 10?
As played.
I don't know. You are the 3-better.
Yeah. Yeah, but John Lutzy and I have a dynamic where he expects me to be 3-betting light. We've played in a lot of these Tuesday night opas together, and we have a playing dynamic where we tend to get out of line against each other. So I could be 3-betting there with a bunch of junk, especially button versus cutoff. It wouldn't surprise me if he felt like I did not have an ace there. Let me put it that way. In this particular case.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Try and call. Yeah.
Well played.
I have an answer on the king jack off.
Oh, great. Yeah.
So if you've got if you're GTO,
Yes.
It's actually a call. It's making half a big blind on the call. King 10 offsuit is a fold. It's losing.
Is that at the
So,
at
but
the
if you
how many big
have,
blinds for that? Sorry.
that was with 16 big blinds,
Okay.
effective stack.
Wow. All right.
So if you have like your stats saying that that opponent is tight, because that's borderline, I think it's a fold.
Yep.
So
great. Oh, it's
all.
great to have that kind of in real time
on
feedback.
the pre-flop plus app.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Maybe I'll put a link to that in the post for this or something. Yeah. And so that I think, and that's the way to be thinking about it too. I just want to jump on this point of Kim's, which is that you should look at the GTO values, and then you should adjust it for the actual playing style of the people in the hand. So if they're tighter, or act accordingly. And I think based on what we knew about their opening range, I think we said they were pretty tight. So
yeah,
maybe pretty nitty, but another good fold. Also, folding is a pretty good mistake to make pre-flop. If you're going to make a mistake, folding is a pretty good mistake to make. It tends to be one of the cheaper ways you can make mistakes playing poker, especially pre-flop. Like I say, there's an opportunity cost to overfolding pre-flop, but I'd rather, you're much better folding improperly than calling improperly. If you had to pick an error to make in tournaments in particular. Okay, not much to say about that. How are we doing, guys? We're coming up on 2 hours. Are we having fun? Should we maybe pick this up another time? Are we having a good time?
I love it. But
Yeah, great.
I'm going to jump in the home game though.
Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah, you should. I think based on the audio, I think John Somsky might also be in the home game. So go ahead.
Well,
Go.
Of course I am.
That's great. I'll just keep on going as long
And
as you guys
he's on
want.
my table too.
Uh-oh, danger. Speaking of situations where folding is not always a bad mistake.
Here they dealt me 3 aces.
Oh, wow.
That's clearly a lie, just so you know.
So here we get a 2 and a bit open from J Bach with ace-9 suited. That's pretty uncontroversial. And the call in position from Licorice Guy with 10-9 suited. There are some shove stacks here, but again, these are the tighter players at the table. I don't really expect them to get out of line. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't seem bad. The effective stack, even if they fold, the effective stack's only 22 big blinds, so you're not going to get as much out of that suited connectedness with short stacks, but still, pretty good flop. Yep, that's what I would do. And let's see. So they're calling basically just to the straight draw on a paired board with a flush draw, which feels like they should be discounting their straight outs there a little bit because they're not going to be clean all the time. Okay. Looks like J-Box just really giving Licorice Guy an opportunity to fold here at those odds. You don't need a lot of equity to continue. So, mind you, any unpaired hand is really playing against the bluffs, but calling him in position, there's a lot of pairs there too. Now, does anyone consider? No, you don't have enough equity. Well, you could raise just, I don't know. Tricky board. Well, J-Box got a pot-sized bet left here. They've bricked out on the flush draw. They're blocking, with the 9 of spades, they're blocking some 8 and 10 hands, to be honest with you. They're blocking a couple. Well, actually, I guess they're not really blocking 8, 9 suited. But there's some 10s the Licorice Guy doesn't have now. Let's see how they respond. It's either, well, let's just see. Huh. Almost half their stack. Less than half pot. trying to get Licorice Guy to fold. What are we trying to get Licorice Guy to fold?
I don't know. I don't like that bet at all.
Yeah. I mean, your ace might be good here. And I don't think they're not folding a pair. They're never folding any pair to 3,000 into 8,000, right? And with this, it's pretty strong given their stack size, but.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is there's no bluffs, nothing. The only thing that's going to fold are hands you already have beat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I think you'd be better off if you wanted to continue check calling. But even that, I think you're better off just folding, saving your chips.
Yeah, I think you're aiming for the hand that you have, basically. Like the hand that J-Bach actually has is the flush draw, and that's the kind of hand that you're aiming for to fold. And
yeah,
it's playing it backwards, basically, in my mind.
Yep, makes sense to me. And yeah, I think that's an easy call by Licorice Guy there, boating up on the river. And if I was J-Bach, I would be 2xing here. This is a slightly larger raise than the minimum, and it doesn't really help their case any. And if they're not going to be 2xing, they should be shoving. And honestly, they should probably just be shoving or folding at 9 big blinds in,
They need,
5
to
player
have
stacks.
they need to have exactly aces, or they should be shoving.
Yeah, and often we see these situations and we're like, oh, okay, well, they have to have exactly aces, and they don't. And it's just like, okay, you need to put that into a different range, my friend. And yeah, so I'm with you guys on that. Gets the fold, but that just tells me they would have gotten the fold at 2x as well. So sizing, I think, especially pre-flop sizing, especially short stacked, is something that I've noticed in the home games. People are not using, like, it's no limit. The game is no limit. You can choose any size you want, and I think people are giving up an edge when they don't adjust their sizing to the stacks of the table. That's something people should be paying more attention to. Make smaller opens when stacks are shallow.
I would call that button clicky, basically.
Yeah. Maybe they have like their bet slider set to 2.15 or something like that, and that's just like that's what they're going to do every time.
Always bet. Yep.
Yeah. I think poker is a sophisticated game. Use that to your advantage. Explore the decision tree that all these different bet sizes make available to you. Okay, easy hand. 2x. Yep. Call from the small blind. And then a lead from the big blind. A little less than 1/3 pot. Oh, I've still got this. Sorry, guys. I keep changing the HUDs. This person donks about 10% of the time, and they only check raise 5% of the time. So they actually donk wider than they check raise. And if we pull them up here, we might even be able to learn something about their actual donking range. So let's take a look. All the pre-flop stuff starts with a P, and then you can scroll down. Not much in the flop. Okay, here we go. Got some notes on donking. So donks flop with top pair or better. Donks flop with worse than top pair and no draw. So they did this 4 times, and they did this 1 time. So they have a donk range that is not only top pair, and it includes some hands like second pair, pocket pairs that aren't top pair, other non-draw hands. So I think they can do this without a 9, but they're typically a value donker. I don't know if 1,000 to 3,400 would be my choice for a value donk, which makes me think. I mean, J-Box real short, so maybe that's what he's thinking to leverage that stack. I'm pretty short, but I can call this and still make some decisions. I don't know if I should or not. Any thoughts? Call, raise, fold. I don't mind folding here. It's a 2x in late position. Let's see what happened in real time. Min raise. Okay, well I don't think that makes any sense. And now we're just getting away. No. So maybe too many Grolsches that night. I think that's just that's just a silly thing to do.
Interesting though that he folded.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
So.
And they do. I have that up in here. Fold to check raise. You don't get it. That doesn't populate as often. You need a lot more hands before you start getting reliable tells on that kind of action. But they're not afraid to it. Yep.
Sorry, if it had been a heads up, I think I agree with it more. But with
you're right.
J-Bach sitting in the weeds is kind of the trick of that, where they were waiting for somebody to bet.
Yeah.
And both of you just kind of.
Yeah, I just made it that much sweeter for him, right? Yeah, yeah, I think you're right. And there is something, you're right, there is something to the click back heads up on weird boards like this, because you're actually polarizing yourself similarly to the way that you are with a big bet, practically speaking. I only mean practically speaking, not theoretically speaking. But here, I think it's just a clear mistake. One of many tonight.
I think that the kind of like concept of how the two of you have been playing the whole game was fun like that too, which probably played into this.
That's true. Yeah, because we were showing a lot of hands, and we were. I don't know if this replayer. I don't think it captures the chat box, but there was a lot of friendly chat going around that night too.
Yeah, I have a feeling that play between the two of you played into it, but then J-Bach just was like wait for it.
That sounds right. That sounds right. Lurking in the weeds. So we'll just look at just from a chip stack perspective again. So let's just take a look at the table here. So Letsy's got a huge lead at 85 big blinds. Licorice Guy's very comfortable at 50, and then it's kind of the rest of the table. J-Bach's not hurting at 25. They've still got plenty of room. I'm starting to get tight, and then these two over here are really starting to blind down, and they're the least active players at the table. So once you get down to like six-handed, those blinds come around a lot. Antes are getting bigger, and I think you just have to widen your ranges a bit, especially in a no ICM situation. But again, they're playing it with ICM considerations. So 2.5x from John, and I'm pretty sure that's just a shove. Yes, and I think John probably calls. Yep, and spikes the 10. All right, sorry, Abner.
GG.
GG, Abner. That's right. Honestly, for some of these, the real key and my preferred technique is to just never get it in good, and then you never have to worry about getting outdrawn. It's so much more fun to be the one outdrawing on the people that got it in correctly. That if you can work on that skill in the lab a little bit, that'll be really popular, really valuable.
Popular? I'm not sure.
No, valuable. It's more the word I meant there. Just don't confuse it for skill. This might even be just a fold. Queen 9 suited with 18 big blinds into, like this 3-card fan. But again, they've only ever pre-flop raised twice. So I'm really not worried about them getting out of line. Let's see. Is a more aggressive 3-better, but also let's just take a look at what they're calling out of the blinds with. Another fun thing you can look at. Where is it? So here's the note that I wrote in earlier about calling 2 bets in position, and then you can also have this one for called 2 bets from the blinds, and they're doing it with a lot of aces, offsuit Broadway, some garbage. Nothing that really tells me that there's something to exploit there.
When you're not taking ICM into consideration, which you've already said you're not at these tables, Queen 9 suited is a shove from that position with 18 big blinds.
Nice. And I bet that sounds wide to people, but it's a great example of how equities kind of merge a little bit. Like a lot of these hands, these suited Broadway hands, when stacks get this deep, when stacks get this shallow, you just don't really have enough back to be worried about the times that they show up with aces and you don't improve. And a lot of the hands that people are going to get involved with you have decent equity against them when you're called, but mostly you've got enough big blinds that they're going to fold. And picking up, we've got 8,000, or I guess we had 9,000 chips to start the hand. We can pick up 1,000, 1/9 of our stack just by shoving here. And sometimes when we do, we're going to get called by a big pair and we're going to go home.
Or you're gonna realize your equity sometimes as well.
Yes. And some people are going to call you with hands that you're not even like you're really running neck and neck with, like depending on who it is. So we sometimes focus on like the worst case scenario, but this is a long game, and that's great. Kim, I am really enjoying having you here tonight. I love this kind of, because it's hard for me to have, I'm not going to have any other apps up or anything like that while I'm going through here, but this kind of like technical info is really valuable. I love it.
I think the one thing about Queen 9 suited that's surprising is it's, I think, actually better than like King Jack off, for example.
Yeah, well, the suitedness always adds a few, like 3% is a rough.
King Jack off is a fold.
Nice.
In that spot.
Nice. Yep. There you go. Rob, you knew. Under the gun whisperer. I love it. And I use King Jack offsuit as an example of just like the worst hand. When I talk about hands you don't want to play out of position, you don't want to play multi-way, I just talk about King Jack offsuit as though it's the worst hand because it always seems to be the one that is a fold. It always seems to be the one that's like, oh yeah, King Jack suited, that's a call, but King Jack off. So, and I think it's just because of those, you're not live in the same way that you are with Queen 9 suited. Because a lot of the kings that are going to get involved there, or a lot of the jacks that are going to get, well, I don't know if that's really true. Maybe I shouldn't pursue that.
You're probably dominated more than you are.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yes, thank you, Rob. Thanks for that's exactly what I meant to say. Yeah.
I also think in an ICM situation that this is a fold.
Yes. You mean just...
Yeah, because even the 3-card fan has so few chips. Like you just have to ladder up. You just have to wait till they bust.
Yep.
Or double.
Yep. And what would be interesting, one thing we should do is we should start doing this for the monthly No Limit Hold'em tournament on the first Wednesday of every month, because then you can really break down the final table play according to ICM. So we're doing it for the Tournament of Champions because it's like the Tournament of Champions, so it's fun to talk about it, and it's fun for the people that played in it to come and talk about their silver pin. But you're right, we're actually getting a better caliber conversation doing it in the monthly tournament, which has ICM factors because of the points that get accounted. That's I'm going to write that down. You guys here, talk about something interesting about poker for a second.
The only thing I would say about that is that you have to know your opponent too. You have to know that it's somebody that's actually playing in them every month, because I would say someone like myself that doesn't play
good point
every month, I'm going to play it the same way every time, regardless if it's the monthly one or not.
That's a great point. That is a great point.
Well, I didn't even know there was a monthly one when I won the monthly one.
Oh,
but I always play final. I always play as if there is ICM.
Yeah.
So.
See, because you want to get better at poker, and I want a silver freaking pin. All right, great. I've made a note of that. I think we're going to start doing that. Maybe not next month, but soon. I think that's really smart. Good thinking. All right, so John calls out of the big blind with an extremely wide range. I think this actually favors their range to mine because they've got some of these hands or some of these like 5s or 6s that are going to be wanting to continue. Oh. So they've got a donk. Let's pull this guy up. See what they think about donking. Donks flop with top pair or better. That's the only note we have on them. They've donked 11% of the time. That's 4 times. So one of those times they had top pair or better, and the other 3 times they either didn't get to showdown or they had some other type of hand that my software didn't track. So they wouldn't have been a draw. It wouldn't have been. I think it probably means they just didn't get to showdown. So.
And here here's the reason why you shove pre-flop, because
Right.
you really want to call here. You
Yes.
have 2 overs, you have
Yes.
a backdoor flush draw, but you can't because you have no chips.
Yep.
Which is why you shove in the first place, and they fold their 4-8.
Exactly. So I hope I fold here, because I definitely do not have the backdoor flush draw in 2 overs. I don't think is strong enough to call with when I started the hand with 18 big blinds. Okay, good. And there's some you've got some equity in the hand there, but I don't think it's not enough to continue in this circumstance. So 16 big blinds. We're getting down to shove territory here ourselves. Licorice guy 3x. It's not that. I mean, it's another one of those spots where you're really kind of using this as a blocker against their good hands, because you're not swimming in equity when they call. A lot of their calling hands are going to have better aces where you're dominated, or you're going to have 1 overcard, and that's not a great spot. What do you guys think?
They should never 3x it into a 16 big blind stack unless they're planning to call a shove.
And then that should be a signal to me that I shouldn't do it, right? Like even it should make this even less likely, because I want to shove, but I don't want to get called.
Exactly.
So
if they had min raised it, maybe, but it's like.
So then, and I get in the spot again. I don't remember how all these hands played out, but Andrew Brokus on the Thinking Poker podcast always talks about how you can't call as a compromise. Calling is not a compromise. If you want to raise but you think you should fold, calling is still the wrong decision. Even though it's in the middle there, it doesn't make it the right decision.
No.
So this feels to me like, if I knew this player, well, they are pretty wide. Like they open pretty wide and they fold to 3 bets, a non-trivial amount.
Is that their usual open size?
This is the player that has that varied one where they've got the 2x, 3x, and 4 to 5x.
Yeah,
but I bet
it's a fold.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Bluffsterini made a disciplined fold. He was listening to Kim. How about that? Excellent. Good work, Bluffsterini. We got to get some points back from some of those earlier errors. Hopefully this is a fold. Yep. Shove. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a very good hand, but yeah. Just not enough equity. Not enough hand equity for a button shove there with 15.
I'll let you know in a sec.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty close.
Queen 10 offsuit. Queen 10 off.
In there too with the winners, the win all mentality, like win or lose, go home kind of concept in this game still. I'm still probably doing the same, especially if you're going to get a call from 10-8.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's something we could do some opponent modeling and see what they're calling with out of the call to bet. Where are we looking here?
Queen 8 suited, Queen 10 off.
Huh. All right. Well, I'm glad I'm at least in the right kind of territory.
It's borderline for sure, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I do say call 2-bet from blinds. We got a lot of pocket pairs. No, there's a lot of. Oh, yeah. But these are just 2-bets. These aren't shoves. Yeah, it's not really going to tell us much. Yeah, it felt light. But in the conversation.
Oh,
he folded and showed. That's what it was. Okay. That's another one of those where he folds and shows. Yeah, he's messing with us. He's messing with our replay here. So Kim, that was you said Queen 10 off, Queen 9 suited, or?
Yeah, no, Queen 8 suited.
Queen 8 suited.
And Queen 10 off.
And Queen 10 off. Okay.
And especially since you still got that short stack on the table, you should be a little more.
For ICM for sure it would have been a fold.
100%. Yeah, 100%. And I think people underestimate, like, it's not wrong to be playing face up in that way. And you're not, I mean, you're giving up some EV in these hands that you're not playing, or in the fact that you're playing them more predictably, but you're
It depends if you want to be a profitable player or what your mentality is, right? Like if
yes,
you want to be a long-term player, or if you're
yeah,
just playing for fun, or what exactly, right? But
yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
yeah. Cool. I love that we're really finding the cusp hands for this kind of stuff, because I think that's really valuable, because one of the big variables is stack size. One of the big variables is who's the opponent that you're trying to actually match up against. Um, but other than that, like, a lot of this stuff is just like, where do you draw the line?
A lot of
And
this stuff is just math.
exactly. And it's solvable. And, you have to be, the skill that you have, part of your skill is like, not solving, but like working with this stuff enough so that you can internalize where some of those lines are drawn, and then know when to deviate from them. Uh, and it just takes practice. It takes practice and study, and just playing is not enough to do it. And you get bad information from playing too. So be
You know
like
what?
Kim and get your solver, and figure some of this stuff out.
Well, going through hand histories helps a lot. Like,
Yes.
okay, I shoved here. Was that right? No, I'm not sure. It's kind of on the cusp. Let's check it out. It wasn't right.
100%. And do it with someone else. Like, it's great to be doing it by yourself
Yeah,
with Equilab or something, but you'll feel more accountable. And just like you're seeing us tonight, we're really exploring territory that we wouldn't necessarily explore if it was just me going through here myself and reviewing this.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything more valuable than reviewing hands with other people, basically,
Yeah.
that have different mindsets and different opinions and different views. Absolutely.
And not being afraid to be wrong, and not being afraid to be honest, because if you,
That's where you improve. Like
yes,
by basically being willing to be wrong, that's
yeah,
actually what helps you get better, for
it's
sure.
part of a learning mindset. You can't get better at something if you think you never make any mistakes, and you can't learn from your mistakes if you're not honest about why you're making them too. And so, like, it's especially when you're just doing this by yourself, you can really rationalize some of these decisions too, because you're like, oh, well, I thought he was a little wide, so I did this. Okay, next hand. And you're really not, you may be improving as a player, but you're not maximizing your improvement. You're improving more slowly, and it's not as fun.
Is there any
So
groups on RecPoker that get together and do this like regularly, like once a week or?
we actually just literally just this week started talking about having some of these like study groups where
Yes.
a few people can get together. They can like pick who's in the group, something like 3 to 6 people regularly, and then just like have a time when you get together and
And go through somebody's hand history every
yeah,
every meeting.
there's like this yeah, basically, yes.
That would be very helpful.
In fact, people
I
that
think that's
are
great.
watching now, in retrospect, I don't know where to tell you to go to the website, but I'm pretty sure you'll find
It'll be
something
there
like
soon.
that. Yeah, that's right. If you're
Maybe by the
unsure,
time this is published, basically.
that's right. And if you're unsure, email Jim at RecPoker, and I'll just point you in the right direction. But yeah, that's a great idea, Kim. And actually, I'm just going to make a note, Kim, if you don't mind. I'm going to or I'll DM you in the site or something, and send you some details about that, because I think that would be really valuable. And we'll make an announcement or something when we start putting the program together, so that people can pick a time that works for people and the right group. Because I think part of it's going to be about what do you want to be working on. Part of it's going to be about like, what's the skill level of the people involved. Do we fit socially and all get along? So there's lots of ways to get that sorted out. We're going to work on that soon. I'm excited. So we got away with one there. And we are 5-handed, so should start coming pretty fast and furious. And again, I think Letzi can shorten his open size there. So many of these stacks are a lot shorter now, and I think you get the same effect with 2x than you do with 2.5. So I 2x here. This is probably just an open shove. This should be a shove. Yep. I think that's pretty clear. 3-card fan. I think they should be shoving there or folding. I don't think they can call with 6 big blinds in a vacuum. And then what do you do if you're John Lutzy here? You got the chip lead, pocket sevens, under the gun raise, and a call from the small blind. Also, there's the whole dynamic where he's expecting me to be light a bunch. So I guess
think he just shoves there.
I think so too.
Yeah,
And just to tell you, it's ace 10.
Oh, really? Even with
Yeah.
16 big blinds. Okay. What was the queen 9?
Five-handed under the gun. Well, that was on the button. Now you're under
I thought we
now
had
you're
another
hijack.
one. Yeah, right. Huh.
Right. So
Good.
ace 10 off.
Good.
16 bigs.
All right, that actually makes, so this is probably just a fold. I mean, maybe
Yes.
it's a 2x.
I
I
would
think
say
it's
it's
probably
a
just a
fold.
fold. Yeah.
It's a fold.
Yeah. Okay, so I think Lutzy probably should shove here. I mean, I shouldn't be opening this here anyway, so my range is stronger. My range should be stronger than this, and he's just, you're not, I hope, like, it's tempting to play these as I'll hit a set or I'll get away from it, but
He's the chip leader.
Yeah,
commanding
exactly.
chip leader.
Exactly. and at this stack depth, you're not really even getting the right odds to get paid when you have a set. So I think it's a shove. Right. So we get the stop and go from 3-card fan. But 3-card fan, if they're going to stop and go,
waited too long to be shoving.
Yeah. And if they're going to stop and go on any flop, and maybe they're not, maybe they're only stopping, maybe they're only going on flops that don't have like a queen, king, or ace or something, but then they should just be shoving pre-flop, because they're never going to get a good flop that doesn't have a 5 in it, and they're going to have such a small, like, no one's folding to this, so may as well get it in earlier, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, actually, at that point, I guess.
You got a 6.
Yeah, I do have second pair top kicker. It still feels so dirty, though. Like, I can't actually feel like I'm... Although I got called in the small blind and the big blind. Yeah, you know what? I'm actually getting pretty good odds. Yeah, it's actually pretty close. Even if I knew exactly what hands they had, I'm actually still drawing to an ace or a 6 almost correctly. So maybe that's not as bad as I thought. Now, best case scenario for me, it just checks down, right? All right, like, what do I want to happen now other than another 6? I guess the ace is also...
You want to get rid of 7s by check, check, shove.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't too. Yeah. So do we ever turn it into a bluff here? We've got like a little more than a half pot.
No, I think you have to go with your showdown value.
Yeah,
here.
I think we do too. Even forgetting that the other player is about to get eliminated.
And the only thing you're getting to fold if you shove is a bluff, right?
Yeah, and you're beting them anyway. So
nothing.
Yeah,
he's not bluffing because he's checking to you.
Yeah, and you just don't get to win those hands. I should have just folded pre-flop.
Yes.
When will I learn? Help me, RecPoker. So now we've lost 3-card fan. Still, look at this chip lead. This is amazing. So 115, he's got more than twice the next stack. I'm basically just waiting to shove my way out of here, and then J-Box still has some room.
Waiting for the run good, I think, at this point.
Yeah, no kidding, right? I managed to survive some bad play earlier, but I haven't really like punted off, which is nice yet. I had that one all in where I got I think I 3-outed the guy, but so be it. So we don't actually get to see how this went down, but pretty scary. Oh, I hope this isn't it. This is such a bad hand. Oh, good. I hate King 2. 8 big blinds. Anybody interested in playing King 2 with 8 big blinds?
Let me look. Hang on.
What was the open? It was
King 2 suited.
Oh, really?
King
Wow.
7 off.
Yeah.
But that's only if nobody's open.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's not a reshove.
Good. And that's a real interesting disparity there. The king 2 suited to the king 7 off. I think that really goes to emphasize the importance of the suitedness, because it's not like king 7, like they're
The
both
7 and the
bad
deuce are
hands.
almost not relevant, basically.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And even against a hand, well, it doesn't matter. You don't get to choose the kind of hand you're up against, but whatever. So we get a donk from the small blind, which is, their calling range should be pretty tight already, and gets the folds. Yep. Okay, so what's happening here? Oh, so I'm just open shoving 8 big blinds from the cutoff, which I think is fine, and get called by John. So I'm guessing I hit a 6 on the river just to make it fun for John. Let's see. Sorry, John. You definitely should. Maybe that was the 3-outer. Everyone deserves a 3-outer. Everyone should get 1 3-outer in a tournament, don't you think, guys? Let's just spread that love around.
I'll take it anytime.
That's right. Yeah, I won't turn it down. I won't turn it down. So they open here. I'm in the big blind. They're opening pretty wide, obviously. 17 big blinds. It's just such
open shoving.
They should be open shoving because of my effective stack, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Love it. Because they don't actually really want me to be in a position where I'm 3-betting.
And they're out
a
of
decent
position for the
here.
hand.
Yeah. So let's see.
And
how
even
I
if you
respond.
call, they're out of position.
Yep.
Right?
And also still with wide ranges, which just makes, like, playing out of position against a wide range is even worse. It just makes your job even harder. Let's see. I call. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm expecting John to be really wide here, but it feels, I don't know.
Here's the run good.
Pretty an above average flop. Yeah, and John makes a slightly more than open c-bet, which he should be doing a lot, although
I don't
this
think on
flop
this board.
really
Flop
suits
is
my
really
range.
not-
Yeah, I don't know what they're like. What am I calling with that didn't get a good piece of this?
I think the one thing here is that he has the 9, so he has like the 8,
Right.
9.
Yeah, good point.
Right?
Yep.
And the draw to the nuts, basically.
Yep, good point. Good
Right,
point.
but he doesn't like folding if you jam it because he has that.
Yeah.
So why not check call? Because you have too much really to jam the flop.
Right. Yep, that's true. So yeah, so you get to use that sizing to your advantage, right? I love that. And this whole I use this expression, contorting people's ranges, and I think you can contort people's ranges by using sizing in a way that it's kind of hard to do, but you can allow hands to, like, pass through the filter with small sizes or with checks that you wouldn't be able to do with different action and
Basically, you're playing pot control, basically.
Right. Yeah. And in both senses of the word, exactly. So I'm probably just calling here, right? With because if I shove, I expect he'll fold some of the hands that I would prefer to get another bet from later in the hand. Without remembering how this played out, my gut tells me that I just called this in position and plan to get it in on a later street. I don't know if that's another fancy play syndrome kind of thing where I have this gap where I sort of am
I think if this is Jack 10 deuce, that's fine. The fact that it's Jack 10 7, it's a little bit more. I think you got to try and get stacks in here before something comes that scares you, like an 8 or a 9 or a queen.
Okay,
I
so
think this is very similar to that previous hand where
yes,
the 3s, basically, where
yes,
there's nothing you're happy about.
that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Now, the only thing, so here's let me talk about, now that I'm thinking about it, the thing that occurs to me now is if I do call, it's 1800, so there's going to be about 7K, and I'm going to have less than 7K. So even shoving now, it's going to be like less than a pot. So they should be calling a lot there. There are more because we've got exactly 2 pair, I think there are still more turn cards that don't hurt us than do hurt us, but we're definitely in danger more than we would be on that other board. My gut tells me against this player, they're pretty aggressive. In fact, they c-bet the turn 62. Do you guys mind if we just leave this HUD up? It's easier for me, even though it's a little busy.
Doesn't bother me.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think you got plenty of space for it now.
Yeah,
so
now it's a lot easier.
Before you didn't have space. Is all.
Yeah, right. So I think as played, I probably check. I probably call behind and then expect to call another bet. But I think.
Or jam the turn.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Or jam the turn 100%. Yeah. It's all got to go in on the turn no matter what. If we had 24 big blinds, I think we have to raise here no matter what, because we're not going to get the stacks in otherwise. I think we can get the stacks in on the turn by calling, which I don't know. I think maybe I'm a little too. I think I'm being tricky when I do that. I'm like weakening my range, and then they'll be more inclined to call. But we've already talked about tonight how that's not necessarily a good play. So I'm going to make a little note on myself to try and think more thoughtfully about that in real time. Yeah. So we're getting kind of trappy here, and that we hate that. We hate that card.
Right.
I wouldn't have told you it was one that we hated.
Overpair.
Right. Yes, exactly. Which they raised. They open raised. So they have those pairs. That's so small. Yeah, I mean, it's still a shove now, right? Even though the 7 comes, or should I still call? Or should I call now that the board texture has changed?
You're never folding.
Never folding. And that's the other note. That's the other note is that since I decided on the flop that I was never folding, there's an element of like, I don't really care what street the money goes in on as long as it goes in.
You're trying to get called by pocket 9s, pocket 8s.
Right.
You know,
Ace
straight
10.
draws.
Yeah.
Ace 10.
There's a lot of like Jack or 10 pairs that have a worse 2 pair than I do, I think. I'm blocking them pretty hard, mind you. But yeah, what is the other? And the bluffs. If that's the other thing. He is a bluffy player against me in particular because we have this fun playing dynamic. So I think it's more likely that they're going to get chips in bad as the aggressor. I think this is still seems. I mean, it's nice to be in a position where you're like, which good decision should I make? I've got this crushed. Is calling or raising best? I'm going to win the hand. That's kind of a privileged spot to be in, but.
But I mean, on that turn, you don't really.
No, you're right. And it's that thinking on the flop that got us here, right? So it's that thinking on the flop that I just gotta be less fancy on the flop, I think.
I mean, the only difference here is that if you had check raised or basically raised on the flop, you probably wouldn't have got as much value as you're going to get now.
Right. That's true. Because I think he probably does fold some of those hands that are going to improve. And so I guess the real question is the hands that improve to a calling state, do they make up for the money you lose on when you end up not having the winning hand anymore? Because it doesn't affect, no matter what happens, ace 10 is getting it in with me on the flop. Ace jack is getting it in with me on the flop. You know, some of those other Broadway combos that I beat. So how to get the money from them is not really worthwhile.
He used to know he won't call with a gutter.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I don't allow him the opportunity to do that when I don't make the raise. And I guess he still has the opportunity to bet those on a later street, which I guess he's doing now, kind of. But
you're playing the player, assuming that he's bluffing into you a lot.
You're right. And honestly,
that's fine.
This is one of those spots where I don't even know, like, is it true or am I just saying that now so that I sound better? I don't know. I mean, I think it's true, but all right, let's continue. So we make the call. Oh, okay. So, yeah, easy game.
Yeah. Now he's bluffing the river.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Easy
or
to
maybe
say.
He's not. Maybe he's value betting his ace. Who knows?
Yeah. Right. Because well, no, I guess my 10's not counterfeit, but if I had a worse jack, yeah.
I mean, I don't like the way he played the hand anyway,
right.
so whatever.
Let's see. limp on the button. I think that's an open for John. That should be a 2x with these. And look at these chip stacks now. We're all very comfortable. John still got a good chip lead, but we're all in the conversation again. I don't know if that's why you chose to limp here. I still wouldn't have a limping range here. I would just have that in my 2x. And that's a weird little raise. And that's a weird bet given the pre-flop action. Is that a min bet here? Yeah. Another min bet. What is J-Bach trying to do here? They don't have any fold equity. They're not drawing to anything.
Can we go back a bit?
Yeah, let's go back to the beginning of the hand.
What do you think he should 3-bet to if he's going to 3-bet this hand? Or he's not 3-betting, he's just raising the hand.
Yeah.
So what do you think out of position he should be raising this to?
If I'm in position, it's always 4 times the limper plus 1 for additional limpers. Out of
The
position.
stacks are shallower though. We only
Yep.
got a 31 big blind, so.
Yep, that's true. And we're out of position. So
think
maybe those
four.
two like count affect each other. Yeah.
Yeah, I think 4 big blinds is good.
Yeah. Yep.
Maybe
Yeah, that makes
Please.
sense.
4 or 4.5.
That's what I would have said was 4, maybe 4.5.
And then the question is, does King 9 offsuit belong in that range, right? It's like, this is the way I like to think about it. I think in this spot, what's the size I should use? And then I think, okay, is the hand in front of me one of the hands that I would want to make with that sizing? King 9
I
is
think
kind
it's
of,
fine. I think
yeah.
it's okay. I think it's okay. He's trying to get chips here, but his sizing's wrong because, you know, he's giving him such good odds to call with anything that he's limping with on the button, which you would guess would be small pocket pairs, suited connectors, crappy aces,
Mhm.
you know, so. Okay.
So yeah, a little small, but not a hang in a fence.
So on this flop, he has virtually nothing but backdoor straight draws here.
Yes.
So, and an over. So I think if he's going to see bet, he's got to go 2/3 pot at least. And just to be a one and done on the
Yeah,
hand.
I agree. I think once your opponent defines their hand by continuing, and that's what's nice about the larger bet, is that you can more confidently get away from it later because you've exercised all your fold equity there, right? And like they've already gotten rid of all their hands that you had a chance of getting rid of. So I think that's exactly correct. Or you just check and give up because you.
But why? You were the pre-flop raiser. Let's go for, let's try. Let's be, like you're going to fold out pocket fives
Yep.
probably. You're going to
Yep.
fold out, you know, probably fold out A7.
Yeah, I think so. Because this isn't the flop they wanted to see when they called that raise even in position. So yeah, I think that's right.
I think it's a good spot for a one and done. Like
Yeah.
just go for it once, but you have to go for it with the right sizing.
Yeah, and I think if you had a hand like 9-10 of diamonds, then maybe you could continue with like a smaller bet because you were going to examine, reevaluate on the turn, see if you picked up any equity, that kind of thing. But you don't really have it here. All you really have is the threat of value from your range. So I'm with you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. So yeah, and honestly, that min bet, I treat it like a check. When I'm in position, I basically treat it like a check, and I'm thinking on the flop here, when they check to me, like what do I want my action to be here? And yeah, I don't know. It feels really weak.
I think that min bet is usually one of those things where it only works against certain players. It's a player dependent type bet. And I don't think that, based on what I've seen from John Lutzy and your kind of how you've said that you've played plenty together, that would never be a strategy I would go against John.
Yeah. I think that's
He's
well
gonna call it
said.
every time, basically, like he's doing just ace high, right? So.
And then I feel like it's functionally a check anyway. Just check. Like if you're going to make a bet, make a real bet that puts them to a decision. And if you're not, just save 600 chips. But yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So John calls, and I think John can basically be calling here just to get their ace to showdown. Honestly, the way the action goes, they're not going to love life, but a really weak bet like that, they actually have a little bit of showdown value given the size, even in the raise to the limped pot, in my opinion. And now I think, I mean, you've even got the gut shot to go along with it. So I think John's definitely continuing in the hand. I just don't think J-Bach has given them a decision here with that size bet. I mean, Letzi might even consider raising there. Just see
he
how
doesn't need
weak
to.
that
Why?
is.
He
No,
doesn't
you're
need
right.
to.
You're right. They don't
Yeah,
need to
he's losing
because
his
he's got
equity
the
at that
ace,
point.
and yeah, you're right. You're right. It's better pick a worse hand. Pick a worse hand to raise
Yeah,
there.
if he had the worst hand, then raise would be the right play.
Yeah, you're right. And then I wonder if J-Bach makes an action on the river. They could rep an ace. And that's what they do. So this is the first time they've made more than a min bet here. And I guess they're just repping the ace. And it's just bad luck that John actually has it. I assume John calls. Yeah. So that's not inconsistent. Like, I guess they could have like ace four, maybe, like ace four suited that they made that weird little raise with, or I don't like a jack. I think a jack fires bigger on an earlier street. But I don't know.
And the min bet part of it is hard to, like, I would treat that like you're saying when you're trying to like figure out the hand, it's like a check.
Yeah.
In the sense of how you're reading how the hand was played, it's like a check basically.
Yeah, I like that. That makes sense. Okay, 2x from the small blind. Pot size from Licorice Guy into weakness. That went check bet. So they float the flop 60%, almost 60% of the time, which is a lot. And that's a pretty big sizing. I wonder if I have a note on the float. Let's just see. I don't think I do with this guy. No. So they bet in position a lot when checked to by the aggressor. And that's a pretty big bet size. Those things kind of tend to work against each other a little bit. So I'd be surprised if this was worse than a paired hand right now. This feels like an 8 or a 9. Yeah. In which case, I think they can do better off with a smaller sizing there. Okay, good. I saw the 6-7. I was like, did I play that here? Okay, got the blinds. I just don't like this hand. I'm probably folding this. Any
You folded it
inclination?
earlier.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was just that was this one, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's that sizing too. It's like not a min raise, right?
Right. It's not a min raise, so that tells you something. If they've been switching it up. So yeah, pretty easy for me to let that one go, I think. Speaking of which, I guess another limped pot, and then or a limped open, and then Licorice Guy makes the raise. And are you c-betting here when you raise over the small blind limper? They are more likely to c-bet the flop than on future streets. And let's look at our opponent here. They don't fold to c-bets that often. Kind of depends on the street. Let's see what happens. Checks behind. I expect Licorice Guy to make a bet here on the turn when the ace comes. And gets the fold. Easy game. 5-4 offsuit, completing in the small blind. That seems wide. Just, if it was me, I would just fold that, I think. John's just playing his position here. Check on the river. Yep. Yeah, I mean, Licorice Guy had some draws there. They weren't huge bets from John, so he went bet. So I guess he's just repping the king, and when they don't fold, he doesn't pull the trigger. I mean, I guess they have some sixes. Small blind. That's a weird. Well, yeah, it's a limping range, so it's not that hard to define. Perfect.
I could have made a case to bluff the river on that one.
That's what I was thinking. Let's just take a look at the river again. But I mean, he's basically bluffed the flop and the turn, and I guess there's the spade draws. Although the king and the queen are off the board, so there's a lot of suited. Well, but it was an unraised pot, so there are a lot of those suited connectors.
Really hard to bluff that hand out of position.
Right.
I think if he's in position and gets checked to on the river, 100% of the time, he can fire a bet there.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're out of position there, he was just trying to realize his equity and didn't get there.
On the
That's
turn
all.
for sure, right?
Yeah, it just didn't get there. All right, so here we go in a pretty good spot. We're an aggressive player, 2X's, and we are in the big blind with a wide range. I'm guessing I 3-bet here, and I should expect that it'll be something like 3,600 maybe even a little smaller than that. Is this 6? No, even a little bigger. Maybe that's a little big.
Especially if you're trying to get called by ace, queen,
Yeah,
ace,
yeah,
jack,
feels a little
ace
big.
10.
Yep, feels a little big. I'm with you. Because we are in position and the ranges are so wide, blind versus blind. Although he did make an aggressive action. Yeah, still feels a little big. And we get the fold. Yeah, so I agree. A little big. 18 big blinds in our opponent's stack. This might just be a shove.
100% of the time.
Yeah. So I doubt I did. Right. So we do a 2.5x and it's just not. I see why I did it, but it's just, this has been solved. Just make the shove. Oh, great. Right. Oh, why didn't you just shove? Now that they've called, I don't know how I should be proceeding here, to be honest with you. It was a really small c-bet. They can continue with all sorts of overcards, one pair of hands, straight draws. I think we're probably still ahead of their range, maybe. Maybe not. I don't feel like we're loving life here. They've got a little over a pot size bet. What do you guys think? Lead or check?
Well, it hits the big blinds range.
Really does.
Quite well.
Yeah.
And you know, that's why it's so hard to play out of position.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I probably would have checked the flop.
Right.
And check called.
Yeah.
Trying to realize showdown value for the ace.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah, and that's a lot easier out of in position, of course. So yeah, I hope I get a fold here. No, God. All right. Well, at least tell me this is an easy decision. At least. Good Lord. Okay.
yeah.
And it's not that much more. So I mean, I'm not helping myself by giving myself this decision. I really should not have been. I think Kim said it. Like when you look at the
Just
stack
shove it
sizes
pre-flop.
involved, shot. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm learning. Yeah, okay. Everyone's loose on the button. I'll open 5-8 suited. Mm, 26 big blinds, four-handed. I don't know. Am I opening every ace?
Fine.
If I'm not opening every ace, then
It's fine.
yep. Not bad. Kind of favors the big blind here, but anybody could have a piece of it. I'm blocking all the flush draws. I think I probably take a stab here, given that I'm blocking some of the flushes.
And you have lots of backdoor equity.
Yeah, lots of backdoors, which is nice. Check. What a goof. Excuse me. I'm allergic to bad calls. And then, yeah, like why choose now? I don't have any sixes. I wonder what made me think that was the right street for that. This is another one of those circumstances where I feel like if I was going to pick a hand to bet, the flop was clearly the
You had
spot
more
here.
equity on the flop, I think,
Yeah.
than you have now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it was just the
This is
wrong.
like a delayed c-bet, but it's when you were in position, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's a delayed c-bet. I just don't think it's the right. I don't think it's a well executed one. I think, and I love this. We're gonna do a whole seminar on post flop play, and I'm looking forward to that because this whole concept of the delayed c-bet is I think something that I'm obviously having a little. I might be over employing.
Play again, but it worked.
Yeah, it worked. Yeah, let's. Jack 7 off. Yeah, go ahead.
I think that's more the kind of board, say if you had ace king and no backdoors too, that you can delay your c-bet
Right.
there, right? Or a
This
better
one.
ace than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But just the equity that you have on that flop is so good that is like a nice c-bet
Yep.
opportunity there.
Yep. I think that's right. I think that's correct. That makes a lot of sense. Get my favorite hand in the big blind again. And even though we're getting, the extra odds, you're getting better pot odds because someone else has come along. Your equity goes down multi-way, so you're not really getting the same price that you think you're getting. And it's out of position. It's a hand I don't like to play. Even getting great odds, I don't mind just releasing it here. Maybe you could make the claim that it's just you should be calling with like a lot there. And if you're calling with a lot there, then fine if you want to include Jack 7 in it. But again, it's a small mistake to overfold. Well, I guess we should see sorry. So we get called in position. We get an open from J-Bach. Oops. Oh, no. I screwed up. Hold on a second here. Where was that? I accidentally clicked into the wrong hand there. What was that? And
Red Jack 7.
it was one of the many Jack 7 hands, right?
Yep.
And wasn't that one? Was it that one?
I think it might have been.
Okay, good enough. Perfect. Just be a fold. And he just showed. Yep. 3x open from the small blind. Gets the fold. Okay, 24 big blinds. It's about 2.5x. We are the short stack on the table. What do you think, team? 5-8 or 8-5 suited. It's not a very good hand. It's got some playability. 24 big blinds in position. Doesn't feel like a good 3-bet candidate. I guess it plays okay as a call. Probably better as a fold. Let's see. Calling sounds like me. Another great flop for Bluffsterini. And
I kind of like the call there in that sense. I think I would have done the same.
Yep. So it's a playable hand, right?
Double suited gapper, basically.
Yeah. So then here we are in the spot where we had a flush draw earlier in the tournament. I think the flop was like ace king 10 with the ace and the king of hearts. This is a different texture, but because the ace is not of hearts, I don't know. It actually makes my flush draw more likely as a shoving candidate. In the earlier example, with the ace and the king on board, there's just fewer flush draw combos in my hand when I make the shove. I assume let's just see. Yeah.
Yep.
So I can't avoid shoving. I have this sort of, I enjoy shoving, I guess. So I'm sure I'm not doing it in a balanced fashion, but
You're basically aiming for this hand, an ace that hit, that's going to call you and get lucky, basically, for
that's
the winner takes all mentality.
Yes, I think that's So is that the right mentality? Am I even thinking about that properly in the moment when I go to express this? I mean, if you were like telling someone how to play in tournaments, you would not be wrong to say, just take a lot of small risks and don't take big risks. Win a lot of small pots and win a lot of small pots and don't lose big pots. And like, try not to put your chips at risk. And, like,
I think in
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just like relishing the opportunity to like express to to actually like get your equity expressed is kind of like antithetical to the process of these tournaments. Is like, but it's nevertheless an effective play. What do you think, Kim?
I think that in this winner take all, that you need to, and you have a stack size of 24 big blinds.
Right.
This is where they would say in Solve for Why you have to embrace the variance and
Yep.
just go for it.
Right on. Well, that's comforting for me. If that's what they say at Solve for Why, then I feel exactly correct about that.
That's where you heard it, I bet, right?
Yeah, probably. Probably. Well, that's why I made this truly excellent shove, is the way that I like to think about it. And then let's see. So I do get the call, and because John, I'm just taking. I feel bad for John. I feel like I'm outdrawing John at a unsustainably high rate in these. But there you go. And now suddenly, Blefsterini has some chips.
Yeah. So it's the embrace the volatility.
Yeah,
is what
embrace
they
the
say.
volatility.
Yeah.
I like that. And it's not that you're. It's not.
I think if it's ICM, it's not.
Right.
I think if you're in an ICM final table, it's not.
Absolutely not.
The
Yeah,
right move. But in this format, yes.
And so in this spot, in a typical ICM spot, given the stack sizes.
I would have folded pre-flop.
Okay. Yep. Right. Because it's just not worth it. It's just not worth getting that edge. Although, I mean, as the short stack, I'm always less inclined to worry about ICM, to be honest with you. And this might be a
if you
leak of
have
mine.
like maybe 14 big blinds or 10 big blinds or 8 big blinds, because you're going to just call and you're going to shove anything you sniff at on the flop. Right? So, but I mean, with 24 big blinds, I think you have lots of playability still.
And you've got time for the other players to make big mistakes against each other, even though
you can wait for a better hand to make your move.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Sweet. Okay. So I think we should just get out of the way here. No winner's tilt. Okay, good. I don't know if I'm c-betting this. It's one of those textures that kind of favor the caller, but if you have a value hand here, you want to deny some equity and get some chips in. Let's see, bets pot. So that's pretty polarizing, given that it's a quarter of J-Box stack. I wonder if they could have had the same effect with a smaller bet size. That's a loose call, licorice guy. 5-8 is one thing. Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
I was just going to say, I think he saw your hand.
Right. Yeah. Easy game, right? And then they donk bottom pair into the razor. Is that right? Am I getting the action correct here? Yeah, they're calling. And then donking bottom pair into the pre-flop razor. It's the minimum bet again. That's weird. Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like the. And here it is again.
Yeah, but here he turned.
Yeah, he turned two pair. So but all the more reason to get some chips in. Because John's probably raising with a lot of his better holdings when Licorice Guy min bets that flop.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's aiming to get somebody, like, this is an enticing bet, right? This is a bet where you want somebody to raise you.
That's a good point. And actually, and we've already said that John Lutzy is an aggressive player. So, you know,
Right.
they should be
This is the way
inclined
actually I
to.
would play this hand
I like
against.
that.
This
I
is
like
like the
that.
opposite of the other one.
Yeah, that's really smart. That's really smart, Rob. Oops. How did it finish? Stab, stab, stab.
I don't know that I like the ace, but
Yeah, and then it counterfeits your other pair, right? So now you're there with aces and nines to the jack. Yeah,
I don't
weird.
think that on this one. This one's
Like
different. This one's
It's more of a blocker bet.
I was gonna say it's a
think,
blocker bet, isn't it? Yeah.
On the river, because
Setting
I
your
think
price.
if he would have heard about it if he had a better hand than a 9, I think.
So
yeah,
then,
I think right. I think when he did the min bet on the turn, he would have heard about it then. Like
yeah, that's right. That's right. So, and I guess you're hoping to get called by like pocket 6s, 7s, 8s, king, queen. I mean, there is a king, queen draw in there, or like
I think
10.
when you're making a blocker bet, you're just trying not to get raised.
Right.
yeah, I was going to say the same thing. So.
Yeah. Well, then, yeah. So like, this is an aggressive opponent, though. So I don't know. It's the same reason that we said like, you know, maybe it made sense on the turn to bet small to get raised, and now you're making that bet to not get raised. So I don't know if they're thinking about that on every street. Got paid. They got called. It was a value bet. They got called by a worse hand. So
you can't
now,
fold 7s.
right?
You can't fold 7s to that bet.
Can't.
Ever.
Can't. So now we're four-handed. We've got the chip lead. I'm going to open my rate. I'm going to widen my open range a bit to just put people in more difficult positions. I wouldn't be surprised if I was opening every ace here. Short stacks, 30 big blinds. There's lots of play.
So
Yeah,
saying that in a IC, if this was ICM, you could open every hand,
Right.
Yeah,
no
even
matter what.
with ICM. Yep.
Yeah. And if you're watching this later, that sounds crazy, but it's a mathematical proof. There's the ICM stuff is so important when you get down to this, and especially four-handed, because the blinds are coming by a lot faster, the antes are getting bigger, and you just other players are also forced to either play wider ranges of hands or to give up a lot of EV that you then get to take advantage of because you're the one who cannot go broke on this hand. So that's valuable. I don't know if that's a C bet or not. Probably. I'm doing these weird check behinds with these ace high hands. I don't know if am I trying to get them to show.
I think with ace king, ace queen, that's fine. But
Yeah.
I think with ace 6, it's probably you probably want to see bet there.
Yeah, I think so too. I
Or just
got
figure
lucky.
6.
That's also a nice way to do it. I feel pretty good about that. And then that's a value bet, I think. Given that there was no action, there's a lot of club. And I'm blocking some club draws, but there's some diamond draws. There's some worse 6s. That feels like a value bet to me. Gets called. I assume they check. I'm probably making another small bet here most of the time. Although
That would have been a really good card for them to bluff.
Yeah.
If
They could have
don't
led with that. Yeah.
If they don't have a showdown, they could have bet 2 times the pot there.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah, it's true. It puts me
You
in an
can't
extremely
call it.
difficult position. Yeah, I definitely folding a 6 there. And I guess if part of the problem with I was talking about making more smaller bets on the river with thin value, and this is one of those spots. I expect I do. Yeah, that's pretty small. In fact, that's just 2 big blinds. I do open myself up to the bluff re-raise there, because obviously a conventional raise, I'm always behind. I don't have to worry about their holding. I can just comfortably fold.
come on, check raise river bluff. That's so
Right.
sexy. Nobody does that.
Right, but they don't do it. That's what I'm saying, because they don't do it. So it's an exploitable fold when they do. Sorry, Rob?
You only see that like in high rollers, right?
Yeah.
Like you're in our home game. That's not before. This is not a spot where somebody's realizing their potential there to
Right.
raise you off of 6,
I
basically.
think that's right. And because that's true, I think we should be, as a field, we should be making more small, thin value bets on rivers, because I don't think people are raising us in these games enough that we have to worry about what happens when they do.
Yeah, the only time it is when they have the nuts, when they have the 3.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, some players might do it. Yeah, some players might do it with like a 4 or 5 that they didn't want to do it on the turn. Yeah, I don't know. But yes, you're right. It's strength, I guess, is what I'm saying. So we get the full, it doesn't matter. But I guess the question is it plus EV to do that versus just checking behind? I think in this field, it is.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think definitely in this field, because of the fact that the number of times that you're going to get raised or basically pushed off the hand, basically, or pushed off that, or have to make a tough decision is just so small.
Yeah. And it's so small. Not only is it so small, absolutely, but it's also a very small proportion of the hands that they're going to be doing it with. So they're not bluffing enough to move the needle on whether it's profitable to call or not in that spot. You should just
which
be
actually
folding.
makes it an easier decision.
Yeah, exactly. I don't mind 3-betting some garbage suited aces out of the blind versus blind stuff. He's opening like so wide out of here. I guess I don't mind calling either, but 26 effective big blinds isn't really a great spot to be flush mining, but that's what I do.
I like a raise there though.
Yeah, me too. I prefer it. And then if he shoves, are you folding? Because he's only doing it with, yeah, okay, great. Yeah. Ugh. I mean, he's an aggressive player. We don't really like our hand, but is it a spot where we can get him off this somehow? Do you think he has a queen here? Let's see.
I mean,
I
I
just
think it's
give
a
up.
fold.
Yeah, good. Me too. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's a fold or like a shove, basically.
Right. It's because he's pretty polarized there, and if you shove, you're basically saying, I want to find out now if you have a queen or not.
No, basically you're saying, I know you don't have a hand. Right.
Right. And I don't know. I mean, I guess I do have the chip lead, so I should be the one getting the chips in and making people decide for their lives.
Yeah, that's definitely what that is. Is if you shove, you're saying, do you really want to put yourself at risk right now?
Right. I can still have a queen. I haven't made any action to define my hand after calling his pre-flop raise. So, yep, got to play the stack. I might 2x this, or I just try and make my small blind raises a little bigger, so 2.25 or something, just to make it a less than trivial call for J-Bach. But I also
think with a hand that weak, I think you should be going 2.5 to 3.
Oh yeah, okay, 2. Yep, that makes sense. So do you change your opening sizes from the small blind according to the strength of your hand, or just according to the stack size?
No, with these stack sizes, like you want to put some good pressure on a 30 big blind stack.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He's virtually dead even with the other players at the table.
Yes.
So I think that you really want to, I mean, I think if you had aces or kings, you can limp here.
Right.
But I think that if you have this kind of hand, or most hands that you're going to raise, it should be more like 2.5 to 3.
Yeah.
From the small blind only.
Yes. From the small blind only. That's right. You just don't want to give, they're already getting such good odds to call. And now, because you're the one opening, they get to do it in position the whole hand as well. You want to make that a less enticing opportunity for them. You can
also just limp here.
That's what I was going to say. I might actually break my range. I might have 2 ranges here, one with like a 2.5x and one with a limp. And I think this would probably be in the limp range in that case.
That as the chip leader, you just want to be putting pressure on.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Like, why should I even have a limping range as the chip leader?
This is probably one of those hands where you have the flip a coin.
Oh yeah, use your randomizer.
Yep, exactly.
Yep, cool. I love that. Yeah, have a frequency play.
Yep.
So I do elect to limp, and I think you're right. I'm not expressing the edge of my ICM edge here. Like I actually have an edge that the other players don't have, and I should be expressing that through raises. Probably just calling here. It's not a very good hand, but we're getting.
Just fold.
Yeah, you would just fold.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to play it out of position. It's a garbage hand in a garbage position.
Yeah. But
we are passive recreational players here at RecPoker. And then given the action, I think this is probably a fold, right? I mean, is this a hand? Sometimes I get these hands where I'm like, this is a hand, and I want to fold it now, but I should like fold on the turn instead. That's like
hard to fold second pair.
Right, that's what I mean. The like it's a pretty big bet, and it's a.
This is the reason why you fold the previous street.
Right. Yep. Exactly.
You're stuck in that spot again.
Well, and we get ourselves in these, as poker players, we get ourselves in these spots where, because we put so many of our chips in earlier in the hand, you could argue that we're actually getting like the right odds to call it all off on the turn of the river. And so people say, oh, well, I was getting these odds, I had to call. And like, that's true, but you didn't, you didn't actually have to call. And B, you could have made a better decision earlier in the hand, and you wouldn't have been in a spot where you're getting the right odds to make a terrible call. You know, getting the right odds to make a terrible call is not an enviable position. That's not something you should be trying to engineer. So I'm guessing.
I think I've heard someone else say that almost exactly before.
Oh, really? Cool.
I can't think of who it was right now.
All right.
I think I've heard someone say almost that exact same thing.
Huh.
I totally agree. Yeah.
I hope they were someone that you think is smart.
They are. Maybe it was you before.
Maybe yeah, it could have been on a podcast or something. So this, I don't know. It's a big. You know what? I'm deeper than I think, but they're not. So I don't know. This just doesn't seem right. I'm guessing we check. Smaller relative bet.
Don't like that.
Feels like they've got an 8 beat, and that feels like a value bet, right? Now that they went down in sizing a bit relative to the pot.
Yeah, it seems like a please call me.
It does. But I might be out clevering myself there again. We get into these points where it's like you get yourself so convinced that strong is weak and weak is strong.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just folding second pair there.
Seems nitty.
Yeah, it seems neat. Like, why'd you call the flop? But that's the same. We get that's the trap that we're talking about, right? But yeah, that feels kind of like just weak passive.
That's why you don't want to be put to these tough decisions in the first place. Like, just you limped in, you got raised. Just
you're right. Called.
You got better hands to call or re-raise.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And I mean, if I want to have some sort of like, you know, frequency where I play these hands, I should just choose better candidates to take those actions with. And yeah.
And plus you're losing your chip lead edge here, coming down into their territory.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's that 2.5x. And we go to 8. Probably could have gone to 7 there and had the same effect. But I think it's a mandatory 3-bet, don't you guys, given the action and the stack size?
Yeah, I think it's mandatory for sure.
And you're calling off?
Yeah, I'm calling off. I'm calling off there.
Yeah.
Yep. Not loving it. I'd rather, you know, but I'm definitely getting it in. Against 25 big blinds. If he had opened to 3x and I had a note that he was typically someone who opened to 2x, then ace queen is a hand that really doesn't perform well against that 4-betting range of like queens plus, ace queen plus. But if you don't have that kind of tell on a player, I'm not going to be good enough to not get ace queen in with that stack size, especially against someone I think is an aggressive player. 3x from the small blind. He's not messing around. Just a fold? You want to have some garbage in your raising range? What do you guys think? Pretty sure I just let this one go.
I just want to just shove on them, but
I know. Me too. Me too. So, given that the worst case is to call, I now feel like I probably called. Oh, that's so garbage. What are you hoping to happen here, Jim? That's just not good. So then he should see bet and I should fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I could have predicted that. That's why you fold before, you dummy. Really not helping my case with these players. And part of it, I think, is that I feel like I'm the chip leader, so I should be like getting involved in a lot of pots. But the fact is, you should be getting a lot involved in a lot of pots by being the pre-flop aggressor, not by trying to like outflop somebody. Yeah, it's just not good poker. He's really, yeah, he's deep enough to make that. Oof. Okay, so we get the bet from Lutzy, half pot. J-Bach has some pairs here, I think, and they're probably going to be wanting to check raise a bunch of their draws because this board doesn't really favor Lutzy's range. So this is a spot where I always wonder, like, do I want to be raising top set here? Or is it just going to get so many folds that I want to call and use a different street to get the money in? Do you guys have a take on that on boards like this?
I always like the
check
the
raise?
raise, especially when you're out of position for the hand.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, and is it because you're worried about the draw equity that your opponents might have, or is it just because it's part of a range,
like,
part of a value range?
Yeah, if you're not going to check raise this, and you are only going to check raise your flush draws, like that's very exploitable.
Yep, yep.
Right?
And I think there's an argument for treating top set differently than the other sets available on some boards. Like if this comes King 7-2, I'd be more inclined to check raise the sevens or the twos if I had those sets rather than the king, because the top set really blocks a lot of their one pair hands that you'd like them to continue. But on a texture like this, you're not really worried about that in the same way. So they're not continuing with top pair enough for that to be a factor. So
no, and you're targeting over pairs here.
Yeah.
And
100%. So J-Bach does decide to get call. Brutal card for them. They don't know it, but that's why you don't do it.
Plus, they could have had a nice clear shove on the turn.
Yeah.
If they'd gotten called, their raise called.
Yep, that's right. So Lutzy takes another stab here. I was pretty, more than half the pot. When J-Bach calls the flop there, I don't know. Is this a barrel card for you guys when you see that 8 of hearts on the turn? It really complements the kind of hands that they would have continued with.
Yeah, I think that if he's going to bet, he has to bet bigger.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
that might just be because I know what the hands are.
Right. It's always easier when we know what the hands are. And, well, that's kind of interesting. Huh. So what a weird river. So it brings the 4 flush and it also brings the full house. So this is one of those cards that we talked about, like dynamic runouts. This is one where the nuts have been completely changed on each street as we go here. So it's kind of a good bluffing candidate if you think that J-Bach is continuing with any kind of pair or 2-pair hand at this point, because it's going to be hard for them to continue without a flush or a full house. Do you guys think that's right?
This is so player dependent what he does here on this, because if he thinks that this is only a person who is making those with a flush, he's just going to check, like the ace of hearts or whatever. He's just going to check back on the pairing of the board. If he wants to get called by the ace of hearts, then he has to make a bet here, right?
Yep.
If this is a player that always bluffs when that kind of card comes in, then he always wants to check there. So it's very player dependent.
Yep, I think so too. And it's it's a river that really, it's scary to both players. And the question is just like, is the bluffy one going to decide that it's scary enough for the other player that they don't really care
It's
themselves
not
how
scary
it
for
is?
the sixes.
Well, no, but it's scary for the big blind if they've got like,
Right.
6-7 or something, or which they
Right.
might have also played this way. But yeah, no, they're loving life. They're loving life right now. So that's what they elect to do, to check. And John has about a half pot size bet back, so they put it in, and I'm sure they get called, and that's the end of John Lutzy, unfortunately. But I kind of
Interesting hand.
I mean, at no point in this hand is John thinking, I've got this guy crushed. And at no point is he thinking, I've got great draw equity. So this is one of those hands where he's just committed to this plan. Like, this is a triple barrel because the board ran out in a way that he felt, I can exert pressure on my opponent because of the way the board ran out and because of the action.
The problem is that a lot of hands, not even as strong as a full house, are going to call him because he's only got a half pot size bet left.
I think that's right. And the pot geometry isn't clear from the flop, but when it doesn't take long for that pot to get bigger than your stack when you start with these stack sizes. And if you're making a bet on every street, it just gets bigger much faster than you think it does. And triple barrels in spot like this, I think you said it best, Kim. If you've got a half pot size bet, that's actually better served by over betting on the turn, or like choosing another way to get those chips in a way that maximizes your fold equity. So let's just go back to the turn for a sec here. Like if John's thinking this is a triple barrel spot, like this is a bluff spot, not a triple barrel spot. If they're thinking my opponent has a medium strength hand, and
he's thinking, if I don't hit my 5, what am I going to do?
Right.
Right. So,
right.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty advanced thinking to think that far ahead, but it's much better to put a overbet in here, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
And I mean, maybe they had a different plan for different runouts. That is, like we say, that's a very unique, like that's a weird run. Right. That for this board, that river really changes things. And so maybe they changed their plan and said, maybe this was a 2 and done drawing to the 5, right? And they just said, okay, well, now I got a chance to scare this person. Yeah. So yeah, I think I'd like to talk to John about that, because I think there was good reasoning involved in there, and I always respect the third barrel with air, because I think it's something that people don't do enough. Whether this is a good time to do it or not, I don't know, but knowing that someone triple barrels air makes them harder for me to play against on the river, for sure.
Okay, let me ask you this. What has called him every street that he thinks he's going to make fold with this bet?
I mean, literally a pair of sixes. Not a pocket pair, but yeah.
With no heart.
Right, that's the thing. It would have to be, and then why do they call the turn? Well, I mean, I can see them calling
it has to be ace-6 with no heart.
Right, yep. And was this
ace-6 of spades or something?
Right.
Or pocket 7s, maybe, I don't know.
Yep. Or it could be something really weird, like, well, no, that would have boated up on the, yeah, I don't think he's getting in there with 6-2 out of the big blind. Have a 6. Could have 6-8. I could see that with 6-8 maybe. If you had 6-8 and called with top pair and then called with top 2.
And you think he's really folding to that? Maybe.
I mean, maybe.
It's only a half a pot.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kim.
If it's a pot size, then you can maybe get those hands to fold.
I think you're right. And I think given the stack size, well, no, I think that's it. I think that's correct. Yeah.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah. I feel bad for John because he got bad beat a few times in this one. So 2x here, I think that's pretty uncontroversial. So now J-Bach has the chip lead, and we are 3-handed. I'm blocking the flush draw, and it's not really my favorite run out for the pre-flop raiser, but I'm probably c-betting here. 1200 or something like that. Yep. Perfect. Easy game. Time to start getting smacked in the face with the deck. Okay, so yeah, they're raising pretty open. This is a value 3-bet. I'd prefer to be in position, but they went to 2 and we went to 8x out of position, which I think is fine. All right.
Are you calling a shove?
Probably. Well, what was the? No, I don't know. What were the chip stacks? Let's take a look at this player. And 4-bet plus after raising. They're not famous for 4-betting. And what about folding to 3-bets? Well, you know, they fold very infrequently to 3-bets. They don't fold to 3-bets much at all. So some of that's going to be calling, and some of that's going to be 4-betting. Looks like a lot of it is calling. So if they do 4-bet, I don't know. We're deep enough that I don't want to.
Well, I'm just saying because you made it 8 big blinds. That's a very large bet, right? So you're almost committed to calling it off. If they shove and you don't like it, really.
Yeah, I think I'm just failing to adapt my own. We were talking earlier about how players are not adjusting their opening sizes as the stacks get down, and I think I'm having the same problem with my 3-bet sizing, because I used to make really small 3-bets and I was getting myself in trouble. I wasn't defining people's ranges. I was giving people too good a price, and so I just like locked in on 8 as my default out of position, and 7 in position when it came to stuff like this. But I think I can just start adjusting that down a bit when the opens are 2x and it's 3-handed and stuff like that. So what's a good size for that, Kim? You're out of position. Are you thinking like 6x?
3 times theirs. Yeah, 6 to 6.5, I think is fine.
Yep.
You can add a little for being out of position, but you're 3-handed. It's like, yeah.
Yep, I think that's right. Especially with a hand like 10s. Not that we ever actually do it differently according to the strength of our hand.
It's also, you can induce with 10s. Like you can induce, if it's smaller, maybe 9s blasts off on you, you know?
Right. Yep.
It just, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I think anytime you see a flop like this, I feel like in the games we're playing, if you're in position, you should make a little stab here. People don't like to play. I don't have the chip lead anymore, but the chip leader is in the small blind, and that's when if there's someone that I want to neutralize, I try and open their small blind, because that just makes them the least inclined to play along. So this 10-9 offsuit's not a great hand to open, but I don't want to get. Well, we'll see. Okay, pretty good flop. What do you think about the sizing there? Any thoughts? It's bigger than typical. It's an extremely drawing board, and it helps the opponent. It smashes the opponent's range. So sometimes I use this little rule where if a flop is good for my hand but bad for my range, then I make a bigger bet, because the story that it's telling doesn't really make sense as much. And I think suspicious players will treat it more like a bluff.
Well, it depends on if you're calling it all in here.
Right. Which they can definitely put on me at this stack size. Yeah, we don't have to worry about it this time. But that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. Because that's another one of those rules that is really more effective when you have enough play to make it worth it. Oops. Oh, not again. All right, almost there. What was that? And tens. I didn't get tens again, did I? There we are. Yeah, okay, great. Oh yeah, here we go. And they went away. All right. We are getting there. My favorite hand, it's in the small blind, so I'm limping with it again. Into the big stack. He checks, pretty garbage. And I don't think he has an ace or a king, but he's playing his range and stack effectively, and I think we probably just fold here. Yep. I'll pick up the action a bit here just to keep us moving along. Gets a walk. Just jump in anytime if you want to share something. Or I see David and Stewie are in the chat. Feel free to put any questions or comments or vibrant and encouraging feedback in the chat. Or you can rag on me. I've made a bunch of really silly errors so far, but I'm flopping ahead, so I feel pretty good about it. Okay, again, we're using that 2.5 open, which is pretty, again, the stacks are pretty deep here. This John Somsky guy has done a great job of giving us lots of room. Oof. Okay, this is kind of interesting. So I made the raise and we got a call. We're in a drawing spot only. I think it's a pretty standard C bet no matter what our holdings are here. So why do I check? Ugh. To me, that feels like that should be a C bet. I don't know why I checked. Am I like hoping he's going to bet so I can check? Like, why would I want to do that now?
It's either a check raise or basically you want to build the pot, right?
Yeah. I mean, we actually have a pretty good hand, really. We don't need to add the same kind of fold equity that we do in some of these draw spots, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see what Blusterini does. Yeah, I don't know if that's a good play. I don't know. It's such a big portion of my stack. I'm clearly not getting away from it. And it seems like so I just potted it, I guess. They're definitely folding a lot of their non-king hands, right? I'm not ahead of all of them already, but
Yeah, I mean, you're basically taking that, I've got the best draw. I'm
right.
going to try to push you off if you got like a 4 or an 8 kind of mentality.
Yeah. I think that's right. And that might be effective against hands that don't have a king.
Yep.
Oh, lucky guy.
Of course, you got the heart. I think hearts are your favorite.
They are tonight. So, and look at this. This is so weird. Oh, okay. Because it's smaller than the check raise size, and something tells me we're just trying to set up the river here.
I mean, you're definitely building it so that you have an easy shove on the river.
Yeah. I don't think a shove here is right anyway, and I don't think much bigger than this.
I don't think a shove was calling you with anything that.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And this does make the river shove much more enticing.
Yep.
I think you got to bet something so that river is not an overbet. Yeah. You got to make that fit.
Value.
Oh. Okay. Well.
You get the easy.
Yeah. So is that all in? Pretty much. Okay. So we get it all in, and yeah. Too bad, J-Bach. Top pair. What am I checking? Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that
I think Merry Christmas.
I think so too. That feels like a way ahead, way behind kind of situation for J-Bach.
In that sense.
Yeah, I think so.
He's got a 2 heart blocker. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that doesn't seem like the right move in my mind. It seems like a blast off a little bit.
Now, it was a very small, like it was kind of Yeah, even still, I'm not sure he accomplishes enough with that play to make it worth it. There might be an element of like this Jim guy keeps raising, and we just want to stop that from happening. But I'm not sure that serves people as poker players to like stop other people from doing things. That tends to be when you stop making good decisions.
If that's the thought, I think it's late. Like when you had the chip lead, I
Yeah,
think that's the correct thought. But
yeah,
now that you don't have the chip lead anymore. He actually had the chip lead
yeah,
before,
yeah.
and that changes that mindset in my mind.
Yeah, and it should. It should. So basically, we got extremely lucky. I think it's fair to say. Let's just look at the starting of this hand. So this hand starts, and we're pretty close, but we're definitely the second chip lead. And I don't know. I mean, this feels like the tournament. This feels like the hand with which I won the tournament, but I'm not sure I like it.
It does have an asterisk next to it, right?
That's yes. Oh, Rob. Oh, that is great. And just in case anyone was wondering, from the new arrivals, I did carve an asterisk into the back of the pin. I don't know if you can tell, but that is an actual asterisk that we carved in there to make John Somsky happy. And Steve, of course. Steve would never have let me hear
So
the end of it.
I think that's when he calls this raise.
Yeah.
I think that's the mistake. I think he has to shove there if he thinks you're on a draw.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then that otherwise he can't put any more money in the pot with that weak kicker he's got.
Yep.
King.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You're
I don't
right.
think all there is the right play.
Yeah.
It's a raise or shove or something else there.
I think you could easily have a better king. Easily.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you were the pre-flop aggressor anyway.
Yep.
So
Yep, I think that's right. And it's you can see why it's tempting though, because he feels like there's top pair,
then that's great. Then he can just shove it in.
right. Yeah. Yep. That's
That's
right.
what he thinks.
That's right. That's right. Yep. All right. And then of course, as you can see, the dynamic of the tournament changes completely. Now I've got 94 big blinds. They've got 9 and 22. And if we're all evenly matched, skill wise, I have a huge advantage here now because of the chip stack, and I should just be raising. I guess I chose not to raise that exact hand, but I should be raising a lot.
Every hand, basically.
Yeah.
Except for maybe that one.
Except for that exact one, right? So, and like when they limp to me here, I should probably be
just shove.
Yeah, just especially because he has to now worry about with 8 big blinds here. Yeah, I knew Kim was going to be on this. When this player's got 8 big blinds, this player should really just be getting out of the way with everything. And we talked about this in a seminar recently. It feels like you're not really playing poker if you're just folding all these hands that aren't premiums. But the fact is, this is tournament poker. Part of the game is losing after the short stack loses. That's like just way more important than how to play ace-10 offsuit from the button. Like the stuff you got to worry about here is big picture stuff, ICM considerations, letting the big stack lose, and then you pick your fight with the bully. But yeah, you're right. So I probably just check behind, because I'm a big goof. And I get lucky.
You hit the king.
Yeah. Oh,
you get another king.
No, that's actually really bad, of course, because it is.
Yeah, it kills your
value.
value.
But he's betting. Okay, so that's good. So raise, yeah. Are we just going to shove?
I think that's an easy raise.
Yeah.
Shove. Yeah.
All right, great. So apparently I only know how to shove when I already have it all locked up. This feels like this could be a goodbye hand for, oh yeah, gotta be. Wow, look at that disciplined. Oh, is that 2x? That's weird. Okay, let's just go back to the beginning of the hand here.
The click back, basically.
So the button limps.
Should have been a shove.
Should have
been a pre-flop shove.
I think that's right. That's a shove with 14 big blinds, especially with the big blind only having 6.
And then a call off from the big blind.
Yeah. In this case, yeah, exactly. And then once it gets to the big blind here, they should be shoving the remaining 5 big blinds over top, right?
Yeah. You're going to shove both times. Basically.
Yeah. Check. That's such a stinky little 20% of their stack third pot bet. And then the click back here. It's like, you don't have an ace, I have an ace. Or like, well, that I guess it's just a value raise, right? In their mind, they're just getting one more blind out of this player that's so short.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's a value.
Yeah, and they just want they want this player to have no chance to get away from this hand, right? Because they're just so short already. 1,000 does make a big difference for them on the river.
And then it's a chop.
Yeah. Weird bet sizing. Weird bet sizing there. Leaving 13 back. I don't know if I love it or hate it, but it's weird. Okay, you're probably gonna get a 2x here. Easy game, folks. Easy game. So let me see. 14 big blinds, twice size. So what's the sizing here? I assume we're c-betting. I mean, we're definitely c-betting. If we put
like 2/3, 3/4.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I was gonna say if you put in like 3, yeah, 2.
What would you see bet if you had queens?
Yeah, I would bet probably something like 2,000. To be honest with you, maybe. The thing is, if I call 2,000 and he calls, that leaves him with 9,000 back and basically a pot size bet. So we could do a little more than that because when I make the bet here with 6-5, I'm really hoping to get the folds.
Right. So you can make a bigger bet.
I think I should.
And then
yeah.
but you have to call a shove.
Yeah.
You're making a bigger bet and calling the shove for sure.
I think that's right. So we go for the small one. Okay, it doesn't matter.
We go for the pocket queens.
Yeah, we go for the pocket. That's right. And I think, honestly, that's a problem for me as well. I think that's a leak of mine where instead of playing the hand in front of me, I play what would I want to do if I had another hand in this range. And it's like I feel like I'm being abstractly clever.
No, but you should play that way. You should play that way.
I know, but I don't know. I struggle.
A few tweaks. Tweak it here and
there. maybe that's it. That's my one project these days. I'm kind of working on more now. Is I'm trying to play my range instead of playing my range versus their range. I'm trying to play my hand versus their range, and I'm just trying to be less rigid about what would I do with everything here, and I'm just trying to look for those places to deviate from that and exploit based on this hand. It's a real opponent specific thing, but it's one of those ways, Kim, where I think I'm fancy play syndroming myself with these, trying to play my whole range in spots where I really should just be playing my hand. I don't know. It really depends on the player pool.
I think that's very player dependent.
Yeah,
sure.
I think so too.
So, we could take that hand and we could put it on a blackboard and you could say, here's the flop. What is your entire range from raising that hand that you would check with? What's your entire range you would bet with? And if you bet, what's your sizing? And what do you bet folding? What do you bet calling? What do you bet? So if you could spend a couple of hours on that hand.
Oh,
if
yeah.
You want to.
Yeah. You don't need to tell me. And I think I go into it like trying to anticipate all the literally when I get to the hand, I think, what is the size that I would want to use here with the range that I would get here, and then that's what I use to kind of like determine whether I should bet or not. I think, what's the right size? Does this holding fall into that? And I do that rather than choosing a size that's specific for the hand, but I don't know if it's because of the spots I'm choosing.
What would you do with king, queen, no clubs? Like, you got to think about on that flop. Well, what would you do with that hand on a king, queen, on a king, queen, deuce, king, queen, deuce board, no clubs?
Yes. And I mean, this what we're talking about here is sort of what we're using solvers for, to
Right.
take all these assumptions that we've made about the ranges involved and the stack sizes, and we're trying to find out, like, how would a computer play this perfectly given this information. And like, that's come a long way from us doing it with a pen and paper and like trying to figure out how we would handle parts of our ranges instead. But even those, they're only as good as the assumptions that you feed the machine going into it. So knowing your opponents is just as key when you're solving spots, because your opponents aren't playing GTO. So the question is, find out how to play at GTO and then deviate from that to exploit your opponent.
Yeah.
And to do that, you need to think about how you do your whole range. So yeah.
Right.
I think I'm really looking forward to the solver group we started. There's going to be some really cool conversations coming out of there. So I can't wait to check that out. All right, we're getting there. Yeah, just playing position in ICM there. Yeah, I'll take it. And so, like, we're basically just betting almost all the time that someone lets us bet in this point. We might fold here just because we don't really care which of these guys go out next. It's almost like we have so many chips that we can actually afford to turn down some spots. But yeah, I'm not sure that's correct. But oh, all right. Well, good night. Yeah, I don't think they could have done that any differently, to be honest with you, with the stack sizes involved. But
yeah, I feel kind of bad for J-Bach. He kind of ran into a few spots too.
Me too. J-Bach hit some. I think there was one hand that we thought they didn't play particularly well in that somewhere post flop where they made an aggressive action that was too big or something like that. But other than that, and that's pretty nitpicky, they have just been slammed with the deck here, getting that 4. We feel for you, J-Bach. I'm gonna open another Grolsch for you later. Good game, sir. If John's watching, good game. I was really worried about having J-Bach to my left in this one, and we stole some chips from them, and that really changed the game, I think. 17 big blinds, and so we're just shoving here. I don't know if this is the right hand to pick for that, but once we get down to this big blinds heads up, my game is very all in, or it's very push fold. It isn't exclusively that, but once we get down to this chip stack, I'm not making many sophisticated moves. We can afford to double them up a couple times, and if they're going to beat us a couple times, then so be it. Yeah, we tried to give him some rope to hang himself, but he didn't take it. I think we should probably be value betting the river here, right, team?
Yeah, I think you should definitely be value betting there, especially the way you played it.
Yeah. Okay, good. We did, and we got the call, so that's fine.
And they could have a 6, a queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A jack, could have river to jack too. I mean, that's possible.
Jack's a little bit less likely, but
yeah, he didn't have it earlier, right? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
He called you on the flop after your bet.
Oh yeah. Yep. So yeah, we're really opening pretty much everything here. This again, why aren't I just shoving or folding though? When they have 13 big blinds, there's really no incentive for me to be. Although, I mean, we're basically leveraging. Well, we'll just see. I don't know. Poker's hard. Yeah, so that's.
I mean, you're basically min-raising folding there.
Yeah.
The worst hand.
Yeah, and I guess that's maybe just an exploit. Maybe I'm just trying to be exploitably savvy there. Oh, I don't mind that hand. So now I guess I must be thinking I really want to win the silver pin. let's pick a spot that's slightly less yeah, but I'm gonna do that one. I don't know what I'm thinking.
I mean, 8-9's a pretty good hand, heads up.
Yes. It's just I took this earlier spot here where I just like folded pre-flop. If I'm going to fold 6-9 pre-flop and all I had to do was like limp in or shove if I wanted to, it's weird to then choose to. shove over a limp. But we got called by 4-6, so I can't argue with that. Too bad about that flush on the river, but I am the last person who can complain about running out on somebody. Sorry. Limp again. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we're getting now the guy's got 30 big blinds too, so
This is where the game changes a little bit. Heads up.
yeah.
A lot of change, heads up.
Yeah, and the ranges are so wide, and
I think you can limp a lot more at these stack levels.
Good point. Good point. Yeah. And I can still absorb a double up, but the next time I double him up, he's going to have more chips than me. So it's a very crucial spot. The previous double up wasn't that important because I could still absorb it, but I really don't want to double him up again unless I have a good way to do it. Limp, check. He bets. I think it's a big bet for the pot, but given the ranges and everything, I think it's fine to call. Super small bet. That's a min bet. So does that feel strong or weak to you guys on that run?
Feels weak to me.
Yeah?
I think it feels really strong because, I mean, what possibly are you beating at this point?
Mm-hmm.
It feels to me like he doesn't want, like he's afraid of that 9 to me.
Because what did he bet? He bet 2,000 on the, yeah. So that could be like if he has a 10.
A 10 or an 8. Yeah, 10 probably. But now he's afraid because of that gutter ball that came in there.
Yep.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. Yeah, that he's actually afraid. He had the better hand, and then
So I think I remember this hand. I think in real time, I just decided that I was not good here enough, and I folded. Let's see. Yeah,
you're probably not good, but it's whether you could get him off.
Right. Yeah. No, because I was debating whether it's one of those shove spots or a raise spot, because we could just as easily have a 6 or a jack. And when he makes that small bet, it's like he either has a jack or he has to fold, even if he does have a 10 or something there. So
yeah, and if we can't make those plays in these home games, practice them. When are we ever going to be able to practice them?
Exactly. I think that's exactly correct. I honestly, I think what happened was this is the ICM. I was sweating ICM here because now this is the first time there really is an ICM bump. And I really wanted the silver pin. I have a slightly competitive makeup, and I really wanted the silver pin, and that should make me more inclined to just play better poker. But right? But I think I was actually feeling the pressure.
I missed the beginning. What game is this? This was the last month's Tournament of Champions. Okay.
Yeah. So this was the final table of the asterisk. Yes, the asterisk. Asterisk.
Actually, there is no such thing as ICM and heads up poker.
It's just you're right. It's the winning or not winning. Technically, yeah, you're right. Technically, ICM.
Technically, there's no ICM, but you really.
It just means a lot to you.
Yes.
Thank you. Really wanted it.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And that that causes people to knit up a bit, and it causes people to make what they think are low variance choices. They're not always low variance. They're just doesn't seem as random. Like you can lower your variance by shoving pre-flop.
Heads up is one of those, heads up is one of those things that it's actually really good to practice a lot, because heads up play is very different than play of a tournament. And a lot of people struggle with what I think you're saying because of the fact that heads up play changes the style of play so much.
Mm-hmm.
The ranges change, the way that you want to play. Like playing super tight is really bad heads up, basically, right?
Yes. Well said, Rob. I completely agree. And it's really hard to find meaningful practice heads up too. It's a hard. You're not going to find opportunities to do it. Playing for play money, usually what happens is people do not play in a disciplined fashion. And if you're playing for money, it really depends on the stake and who you're playing against. And what you really need is people taking it seriously, and that really only happens at the end of tournaments. And you don't want the time that you're playing heads up and learning about heads up to be when there's all this money on the line. Those are the expensive decisions. This is the big money time. So get the practice in these RecPoker home games when all you have to lose is this awesome, amazing silver pin.
Yeah, the one thing that I could say is like the jackpot, those smaller just jackpot tournaments where you have the 3-player.
Oh yeah.
The difference there still is here you're kind of big stacked.
Yes.
Those are pretty small stacked.
That's right? A great point. Yeah, like the spinning goes and stuff.
The spinning goes. Those are great practice for it, but it's still not quite the same because of the fact that you get the smaller stacks basically, and so it's not quite the same.
That's a good point, though. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but that's one of they started those, a few years ago. I guess they got more popular. A few different sites have them now, and most of them are 3-handed, or some of them are like 3 to 5-handed. And it is a good way to get that final table experience, because it is similar. It is similar in that way. Okay, still got the chip lead. We're about 2-1 here. Probably should be betting. Yeah, good. And it's not, when I say probably should be betting, this is all range versus range stuff now. It's really because I have more chips, I should be betting. That has more to do with it than anything else. Easy game. You still have 30 big blinds. Wow. John Somsky, how do you get these tournament structures? I know John's going to say, it's all Poker Stars. I don't do anything.
That's pretty much it.
So here, Licorice Guy limps, and I think this should be a raise. I don't know why I checked behind. I'm probably trying to be like sneaky or something, but it's not really that good a hand to be sneaky with. I'd rather be sneaky with a much better hand. Why did I put myself in this position? This feels like a pretty natural fold. We just don't get to know if we're in good shape there. Another limp. So I'm really in a passive mindset here. Good for Licorice Guy to understand I'm going to be betting there a lot, just coming along. Maybe they can try and take it away. They should bet that 10 probably. So maybe their run out just scared them from trying to take it away.
Hey, you see, I don't know that I like the limping strategy here, because you still have about a 2-to-1 chip lead.
Yep.
Shortening the stacked pot ratio for your opponent, making them so that they can't be as patient, seems like that would be a better. I mean, I think I would be min raising about 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, I did not have a limping range at all in these spots until a year ago, honestly. And then listening to you and Chris and some of the other guys talking about how, like, Chris has this whole limping range. He's got this whole limping thing, heads up, that he doesn't want to do in other situations. And he made a pretty persuasive argument about it. I'm sure I'm not doing it right, but this is the first year I've had that limping range there.
If you had a shorter stack,
yeah.
If the stacks were reversed, then I'd be all for limping, or if they were about even. But with a lead like this, it seems like you're not making the most of your chip advantage.
I think that's right.
I think the one difference that I would kind of like have as far as an argument against that is that the biggest thing is, are they attacking your limping range or not? If they're not attacking your limping range is not going to lose you more money either. And so you can actually benefit from it and then raise your better hands.
Yep.
When you do. So it I think depends on your opponent still as well. And from what I've seen so far, I don't think that he was attacking your range.
Right.
So it would be better strategy still that way.
Mm-hmm. And I guess I'm giving up some of that fold equity that I get to almost use like a multiplier because of my stack advantage, but
yeah, like you could limp basically every hand because
right.
he's attacking your limping
That's
range.
right. Yeah.
But
So
you could
opponent,
be raising some of the higher end, maybe like your mid range hands,
mm-hmm.
and then attacking with those.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually, about a year and a half ago, I don't know, maybe last year, I decided that because I don't really have a limping range at all. I over limp with some things, but I hardly ever like in normal handed poker. But I've my next poker project is going to be to develop an actual limping range for me pre-flop from early position that is balanced and hard to play against. And until I actually crack it and make it the way I want it to be and like over engineer it a bit, I'm probably just not going to experiment much with it in real time. That's something I'd rather do in the lab.
Yeah, I just think it's so much different than a limping range that you're playing with 6-handed or 8-handed
Yeah.
versus heads up too. It's a totally different game.
Yeah, I agree. And because
go back to that hand for a minute.
Yeah.
When did you make the bet in that hand? Was it on the turn that
this
you made
one?
a bet? The king deuce hand.
Oh, sorry.
Did. Because you made a bet there post flop. On the flop, he made a bet. Okay. So
oh
he's
yeah,
calling,
and they called.
So okay.
I think they're just calling because they know I'm c-betting wide here, and they might feel that.
But then they have to try and take it away.
I agree. Yes, and I think the way it runs out maybe is a little scary for them to do it, but like this seems like the spot to take it away. And then I check behind, and then it gets creepy. But yeah, I feel like that if they are going to call that, it has to be with the expectation to take it away because they're not drawing to a hand that's going to beat me.
Right.
Only thing I can think of is
a 5.
Maybe they were planning a check raise on the turn and you didn't oblige.
Yeah. Yep. And that can really mess with your plan for the hand, right? Because then all of a sudden the river comes, you've lost this opportunity to, there's no draw to worry about anymore. And I think people
the aggression when you should, like that's that fancy play again.
Yes.
You're waiting too long to take the aggression, basically.
Yes, I think that's right. All right, so, and then I think it just got checked down.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was a value bet, but it was. Check. Again, I think like it's kind of my responsibility to try and take it away once they show weakness and I have the chip lead. Okay, good. I was worried I was going to try and value bet there, but it plays better. Can I call here?
Yeah, I think you can call them.
Right? Just because they're doing it with a lot?
Yeah.
It's pretty brutal, though.
Not that particular player, but in general, I think you can.
Yeah.
Right. Basically, the only thing you're beating is a bluff, though.
Yeah, that's the thing.
The
like
5.
The 5. Yeah, they did. They could have a 5, but that's not going to make enough of their range. Like,
I don't think they're value betting the 5 enough there.
Yeah. Good point.
Oh, taking when your head's up, taking hands like 6 deuce offsuit, and putting them into your raising range when there's a limp, because it's such a bad hand.
Yes.
Right. So put your value hands in, and you need to put some bluffs in as well. So why not put a couple of the worst hands that you can think of?
I would agree with that. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good idea. Yep.
Yeah.
And then do you also pick? So that would be a frequency thing, or
just some hands when you look at it, and this is a horrible hand.
Yes.
Like I'm just going to raise here.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So rather than like if it was 6 deuce suited, it's better to call. I mean, not to call, but to just check. Right.
Yes.
But
to see the flop, right?
Yeah.
Especially when before too, he folded to you when you've done that a few times already. So, basically, you know that it works. So you can basically put some of your worst hands into that range that you can raise and bluff with.
Yeah, and I think, again, heads up, it's different heads up in the way that you guys are describing, because in a 9-handed or even a 6-handed table, when people talk about adding the bottom of their range to their 3-betting range, what they really mean is the top of their folding range, adding that to their 3-betting range. And when you get to when ranges are as wide as this, that really includes like the very worst hands
Exactly.
that you wouldn't
A
choose
lot
in a
of
different
filter
spot.
ranges.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm specifically talking about heads up here.
Yeah. Yes. That was clear. Yeah. Okay. So we don't get to win with our 6-2, but this time he has 6-2. Let's look and see how it goes. Oh yeah, I don't know if that's. So they're getting shorter again, so I might be getting more into my raising strategy. Donk. Oh, I guess it's not technically a donk; it's a lead. Where do you guys fall on the using these like useless gut shot hands that are? Again, heads up is kind of weird. I guess you want to
It's
have
fine.
a more robust
I think it's
lead.
fine when he just limped in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's actually fine because you actually do have some equity with the gut call. I mean,
yeah, and I try and do this with hands that have equity but not showdown value, and so they tend to be draw hands more than anything.
I think we have a thought there for sure.
Mm-hmm. Good. All right, so I'm back in my 2x land, which is where I think we want to be. This feels like a c-bet. Yeah, I don't know if it has to be that big, but actually, I guess that's 2 big blinds, so we're going to be seeing a lot of these smaller pots. 3x. So that's a tell, right, folks? We saw earlier that this person opens to 4x with premium hands. Now that we're short stacked, I think that functionally is a 4. That's the same. If they're doing 2x and 2.5, that feels like strong. So I wonder if I just fold here.
Exploitable raise.
Yeah, I think so. So I hope I just fold here. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's correct.
Yeah.
2x call.
Interesting. You've gone from 2.5x to 2x.
Yeah, because I think he's gotten shorter, so I can basically get the same effect now that he's down to low 20s.
Right.
But I wonder if I chose also because I'm cognizant of how I'm moving down in sizing, or that I'm planning to at a certain point. And I may have said to myself, okay, when he gets down below 20, I'll go down to 2x. But then when I get a premium hand like this, I will always do it with that hand instead, because if
That's
they're
exploitable.
right,
Hang on. Let me
write it down. Write it down, because eventually people see you go down and they're like, okay, they're making a smaller open raise. They're doing it with a wider range, right? So the first time I do it, fair warning, Kim, it might be with a big pair. So we're c-betting here. Yeah, so I'm back to C. So I'm c-betting half pot. It's probably bigger than I need to be. I don't know why I've chosen that instead of like 1/3. I'm gonna have exactly the same effect of 1/3 if I can do it with the same range. So yeah, that all makes sense. Terrible turn, but I should bet again, I think. Nope. Feeling nitty.
I don't mind the check back.
No, it's just because the board is so, he's got a lot of 2-pair there. Even, you're right.
Yeah, you would have heard from him if he had a 5 too. You would have definitely heard from him and known.
Yeah. And now he's value betting his 7, so that's great.
Yeah, now you can just call.
Yeah, I think call's the only play there given the run out. Yeah, look at that what's weird sizing, right? The guy's got 15 big blinds. It's 3.3, right? Something like that. So that's got to be strong. So I hope we just fold. Yep. Now, Licorice Guy, if you're watching, do that with some lousy hands, and you're going to be exploiting me, right? Counter exploit me. I'm looking at you and saying, you make these big raises, I'm going to fold every time. What's the way to get back at me? Start doing it with some garbage hands, and or suited connectors or something that can show up surprisingly but powerfully on different boards, and that's how you exploit me back.
Oh, I wanted to see you shove
The shove, yeah, I should be. Now that he's back down to 16, these should all be just shoves. Brutal. Good. Got lucky there, honestly. We just got lucky there. Huh. So that same sizing. And I don't know. I guess, have I decided what? That I just need to see what this is that he's making these raises with? Because this is not a particularly strong hand. If it was like a 2x, that would be an easy call, I think. Heads up, queen 8 offsuit.
It's pretty close, actually. If you actually did the numbers heads up, queen 8 is pretty close. It's
Yeah. Now,
maybe this opponent because of the fact that he's been so tight in this kind of bet.
that's the only thing that makes me think about it, honestly. Because yeah, otherwise I think it's a pretty trivial decision. But because we've given this guy credence for bigger bets with bigger sizings, or stronger hands with bigger sizings, just like Kim was talking about before, calling the all off. King Jack's a cusp hand if they're GTO, but if they're tighter, it's a fold. This feels like that kind of spot too. But I can tell we make the call because we see his cards. Oh, yep. Sometimes it's just good to run good, folks.
You know what's happening. You're killing the defense.
Oh, and see how interesting. So I actually put him all in there. I overbet, put him all in. I guess because I'm thinking he has a strong hand and he's not going to fold. But like, is that even really what I want?
No,
I guess if
you're
the other
trying to
heart
get him to
comes.
fold.
I don't think that's what you want there.
No, that's what I mean. So like, what am I thinking there?
You're thinking it's late at night and you want to go to bed.
Maybe.
Is that enough? You ready to
Maybe. But that's pretty, I don't know. I mean, yeah. Well, when we have more time, maybe we'll run that one
go?
through.
I mean, this looks similar to like what you've done before, but this isn't the right time to be thinking about that winner's mentality, right?
Right.
Because now you're heads up.
Yes.
You're at the point where you want to win. It's no longer shoved to try to knock the worst hand off, basically.
No, that's right. And this is one of the things I like about using Poker Tracker 4 to review these hands instead of just going through the replayer, is that you do get in spots like this where I'm like, if I thought he had a really big hand, it's going to be a hand that's an overpair to this board. This is a pretty best case scenario for me, to be honest with you, that he's got 2 queens, none of them are hearts, and I've got one of his queens. So like, this is a pretty gin spot for us in retrospect. And we still have 37% equity to his 63%. And we don't have to guess. We don't have to go run a simulation to see what it is. We're just looking at it right here. And it feels like, I didn't know if this was a value bet or a bluff. Because given that we've assigned him
Clearly a bluff. Clearly a bluff.
Okay. All right.
Queen high is very rarely good.
So then should we be doing that against a range that's so, because a lot of the unpaired high cards are going to have hearts in them, and a lot of the paired high cards are, I mean, some of them have hearts too, and the other ones are like, we're behind them already. So this just feels like just not a very good poker play at a time when I should be really focusing and making good decisions. So that's a little frustrating. And of course, that's how we win. Because poker is not fair. Yeah, good game, Licorice Guy. So yeah, well, I did not expect to take 4 hours to review this final table, but I could
How
not.
fun.
I mean, I would do this every night. I swear. I just love talking about poker with cool, smart people like yourselves. So I guess thank you to David and Stewie13 for joining us in the chat box. Big shout out to Rob and Kim joining us as premium members to come here and talk and share some ideas. John Somsky, who runs all these home games and is a podcast panelist. And just thanks to everybody for coming and talking poker with me tonight. This anytime you want, you just email jim@rec.poker and I'll let you know when the next one of these is coming up. But you can just go to rec.poker, look at the membership calendar, and you'll find many opportunities to get together with fun folks like this and talk poker. So unless anyone else has anything they want to toss in, thank you, Stewie. I appreciate that. It was nice having you here, and join us again sometime soon. Yeah, good night, David. I'll see you in the home game soon, I hope. Okay, thanks
Jim.
again. Appreciate it, Kim. It was great getting your voice in this. I hope we get to hear more from you going forward.
Thanks.
All right, take care, everybody. Good night.
Good night.